Okay, so this is just going to be a live test. It's nothing serious. It might last about a half hour or so, give or take. I just kind of want to get an idea of how I'm going to try to format this moving forward. So nobody's missing anything. It's just me just testing some stuff out as for an idea that I have. So so no worries either which way. I actually won't be talking about too much because I don't really know what's going on or what it's being pertained as it pertains to what's going on recently. So let me go ahead and start this off with, first off, happy holidays to all of y'all and whatnot, or belated, I should say, because I missed Christmas and New Year's and whatnot. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Like I said, I don't really know what's going on as it pertains to what's the tractor community in general or DSP or any of that bullshit. I haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention. So we will catch up on that as time goes on. What I am going to do, or what is the purpose of what's getting ready to go on right now, is yeah, a bit sneaky. Oh, what's up, James? What's up, Agent Proper? Hopefully you guys are doing well, man. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to reach out to y'all. What's up, Paul? What's up, Bill? I'm testing out GTG Radio and whatnot. I've been talking about this for a number of years. What's up, Zero? And that's essentially what I'm doing right now. That's pretty much it. This might be like a half hour or so. What's up, Hood? How's it going? So I feel like it's supposed to be said this way, but what's up, FRG? How's it going? I'm gonna go ahead and just run this the way we're doing it. I'm sure there's somebody else streaming right now, or there's a few people streaming, so I won't hold you from it. This is just gonna be essentially background music or whatnot. Oh man, I'm sorry, Agent Proper. I've been busy. I've been meaning to reach out to you though. Like as soon as I get back into rotation, I'm not actually in a position just yet to be doing much of anything. To be honest, life comes at you fast, and a lot of things happen throughout the new year that I wasn't really expecting. Good things, don't get me wrong, but just time is like the ultimate monkey and whatnot. What's up, Hulk? It's just it's been wild. It's just been a crazy thing, and I haven't really been online and seen what's been going on. I'm sure I haven't missed much though. But yeah, I've just had a lot of things going on, man. I really have and whatnot. But being how well things are going, my availability has opened up in a way that I wasn't really expecting. So I hope to be able to coordinate with you more proper. Same thing with you, James, because you and we still got stuff that we need to do, James, as well as Agent Proper. As Paul, I need to reach out to you about something because I saw a recent video that you did, and I have some questions about a particular game that you went over, and I think you can give me some feedback. And if so, I have a bit of a campaign that I want to launch, and I'd like to know if maybe you could help me with some things. And given the amount of knowledge that you have about certain stuff, I think you could help me with it. So that's a thing. So like I said, that's essentially what's going on. What are you planning, Proper? What are you planning on restreaming? Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, Meth. What's up, Nowhere? Big ups to everybody in the chat. What are you restreaming? What time is it actually? I am all out of the loop with this shit. Okay, what time is it right now? Okay, so Phil hasn't started yet. I don't think. Phil hasn't started yet, so I'm not sure I don't even know what's going on with that. Like I said, I'm completely out of the loop and whatnot. What's up, Logic? Anyway, so here's the thing, guys. So, like I said, I'm launching GTG Radio. I've been talking about this for a bit of a while and whatnot, and I just kind of need to get things started. So that's what this is. This is essentially like 30 minutes, give or take, of just testing out some stuff and seeing how he's playing Skyrim. He's playing Skyrim. Are we going to play Skyrim like other normal people and we're going to have like mods and shit? Or we're playing like day one Skyrim, like vanilla, like that. Like, what are we doing? Hey, what's up, Raven? Happy New Year. I haven't had a chance to reach out to any of y'all on Twitter. And whatnot. Hate Army, what's up? I need to reach out to you on Twitter too and whatnot. No mods at all. Yeah, I don't want to know anything about that. Who's going to be the poor soul that's going to restream that on the regular? Or is that going to be you proper? Because if so, I need to spark one up for you then, because Jesus Christ, that's going to be torture. He won't touch any mods. Oh, that's unfortunate. that's unfortunate. Okay, well, okay. So for all of y'all then, for who are about to watch that, like I said, it's gonna be about 30 minutes or until I run through the playlist. And I'm gonna try to lift your spirits up a little bit. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying that he's not gonna play with any mods or nothing. And Skyrim has some pretty fucking amazing mods. Some of that shit he might be able to get away with on YouTube. Not all of it. Not at least not all the ones that I've played, but you can get away with a lot. Surprisingly enough, if you can call yourself the N-word online, you can probably get away with anything on YouTube for the most part. That's hurtful. No, not actual, no logic, no wacky effects or anything. Matter of fact, I don't have a problem with the soundboard type stuff, and there is some stuff that I want to get, but I'm gonna grab from most of my sound bites that I do have, I should say, are gonna be from like the Boondocks, from Archer, from like a lot of like Adult Swim type shit, or like sound bites from like other YouTubers that, you know what I'm saying, I enjoy watching, and when they said like funny stuff and whatnot. I got a couple of stuff like on my board from like Agent Proper, for example. That are absolutely hilarious shit. A few other detractors too, but no. For a minute there, I wasn't even going to do the soundboard thing because Review Tech USA, he just goes overboard with it, and that shit really kind of started to turn me off from it. Like I wasn't feeling it. Like I wasn't feeling it at all. Like for a while, I was going to just give up on it altogether. So, and whatnot. I was really having a hard time dealing with that shit. Like, it was really, really kind of crazy to listen to it. Am I going to have a radio station? I'm thinking of it. Well, that's what this is about. Actually, here, let me just get the party started. Like I said, it's about 30 minutes or whatnot. And I got a bunch of songs on the playlist and whatnot. And you guys you guys don't have to say anything or whatnot. I'm just kind of playing it through. And it is what it is. And once the video, I guess, is made available or go live, if you have a request or whatnot, go ahead and put it in the comment section. And it might get into the rotation. And like I said, I need to get an active playlist going and all of that. But essentially, these are just all the songs that I've chosen in particular, or some of the members of GTG Network and Productions had recommended. So that's essentially what we're going with. Oh, God, sorry. But yeah, but like I said, I'm not really sure what's going on as it pertains to DSP in general. I've been completely out of the loop. I've kind of just been enjoying my time off and whatnot. Hopefully you guys are doing all right, though. I wish all of you guys well and shit, but I have no idea really what's been going on. I'll take a couple more days and then I'll jump back into the vortex. But for right now, I'm just I'm just chilling. But and then I just there's some things that I wanted to do last year that I didn't do, and I'm disappointed in myself for that, because at the end of the day, you are your biggest critic, and I need to make up ground. I need to make up a lot of ground. So that's a thing. And not only over here, but on Twitch as well. So yeah. So here, let me just go ahead and get all this popping for you. And songs will be at random and whatnot, because I'm trying to kind of get an idea for it. I got a little bit of everything in here, so to speak. And someone had asked for Lupe Fiasco last stream, and I didn't have it, and I was really upset that I didn't. So I got you right now. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GTG Radio. Happy 2022. And well, let's here we go. And big ups to all of y'all.
that I run this place, and I've begun this race. Must I rerun this pace? I'm the reason it's become this way, and their love for it is the reason I have become this praise. They love my darkness, I've made them heartless, and in return they have become my martyrs. I've been in the poem of many a poet, and I reside in the art of many an artist. Some of your smartest have tried to articulate my whole partnerness, but they're fruitless in their harvest. The trail grows from my footsteps. I'm the one that they follow, I am the one that they march with. Through the back alleys and the black markets, the Oval Offices, the crack houses and apartments. Through the mazes of the queens, the pages of the sages, and the chambers of the kings. Through the veins of the fiends, a paper chases pages, yo, I'm famous on the scene. One of the oldest, most ancientest things, speak every single language on the planet, yeah, I mean. I am the American dream, the rape of Africa, the undying machine, the overpriced medicine, the murderous regime, the tough guys front and the one behind the scene. I am the blood of this city, it's gas, water, and electricity. I'm its gem and its math and its history. The gunshots in the class, and you can't pass if you missing G. I taught them better than that, I taught them aim for the head and hope they never come back. I'm glad your daddy's gone, baby, hope he never comes back. I hope he's with your mother, with my hustlers high in my trap. I hope you die in this trash, I can't help it, all I hear when you crying is laughs. I'm sure somebody find you tied in this bag behind the hospital little baby crack addicts had. Then maybe you can grow up and be a stripper, a welfare receiving prostitute and gold digger. You can watch on TV how they should properly depict you. The river shall flow with liquors, quench your thirst on my elixirs. I am the safe haven for the rebel, runaway and the resistor, the trusted misleader, the number one defender. And from a throne of their bones I rule. These fools are my fuel, so I make them cool. Baptize them in the water out of Scarface pool, and feed them from the table that held the Corleone's food. If you die, tell them that you played my game. I hope your bullet holes become mouths that say my name, cause I'm the told me that the trouble at home, 'cause we never talk a lot when we spend time alone. Yeah. So how are we supposed to know if something is wrong? Well, we've got a way to communicate. It keeps us happy, oh. And no one does it like me. I know but sure has a kind of whip appeal on me. Yeah, keep on whipping on me, work it on me, whip all your sweet, sweet loving on me. Keep on whipping on me, work it on me, whip all your sweet, sweet loving on me. When we go to work, how the day seems so long. The only thing we think about, can't wait till we get home. 'Cause we got a way of talking, and it's better than words. It's the strangest kind of relationship, oh, but there's still always words. And no one does it like me. I know one about you has a kind of whip appeal on me. Yeah. Whatever you want, baby, it's alright with me. It's alright with me. 'Cause you got that whip appeal. Whoa. So work it on me. Yes, it's better than love, sweet as Stevie. You got that whip appeal. So whip it on me, baby. Keep on whipping on me, work it on me. For your sweet, sweet loving on me. Keep on whipping on me, working on me. Whip all your sweet, sweet loving on me. Oh, 'cause no one does it like me. I know one would do. Appeal on me, yeah. Whatever you want.
Full force.
Yeah, this is E-Call, and Full Force wanted me to come down and help them blow something up. So if you're with that, let's kick that. Yeah, you look good, but can you cook good? Can you read, or is your brain like wood? Do you have sex, or do you make love? How do you live? Do you give it? Do you take love? Girl, you're so fine, could you be mine? Or do I slack in the back of a whip with whack line? Yeah, the fruit looks right, but that yeah, right.
At your age, not the size of those pants you wear, so tight. When you get in your hair, walk around with your head up in the sky. Oh, why you wanna mess around with so many guys? We used to have fun. Nobody, baby, want you to be on the side. I thought your love was strong, but it was so weak that I could not compete. Girl, you're such a freak. Oh, you look so good. I wish I could see, but that ain't my type of hype, baby. Me and you was crazy too. You look so fine. You look so fine. Ain't my type of hype, baby. Ain't my type of hype. Listen, tell them play. The sucker you damn. A girl like you just has to have more than one man. This I know, I can't hang. You're the type of hype that she can't manipulate other than me. We used to be tight, everything was right. Used to make love each and every night. We were so good to go. So good, understand this people fashion show. You're acting like a you look so good. I wish I saw that. Ain't my type of hype, baby. Me and you was crazy. You look so fine. You're so fine. Ain't my type of hype, baby. Ain't my type of hype.
Full force, get hype.
We're correct this time.
Hype, you're just a type of propaganda. In the land of supply and demand, a girl without a mind ain't human. There gotta be more than just a butt that's booming. Assuming there's room in my life for a lover. Undercover, not the one that'll hover over me like a bird. The force says, I ain't with that. Yes, girl, you better kick that. That's booming. Hype. Full force causing a disaster along with ex-girlfriend and the man who has to last. Cut faster, blast away the castaways. I'm hyped on the mic and I can last for days. Who am I? The ECROF. Yeah, force spelled backwards and I'm deaf. If you're slow, you blow, so dance faster.
What's that? It's the mix master.
Don't believe what you're hearing. Ex-girlfriend's bringing the noise differently. Mix master, I swoop your things up. You treat me right, I'll give you what you need. This type of hype, yes, I'll give it to you.
deceased nigga, I'ma kill him. I'm going to kill him. Slow, make niggas suffer, you know what I'm saying? My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Streets be all like feed me, feed me. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Streets be all like feed me, feed me. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Hey, he had a whole lot of cheese. Plus he was the Mac, had a whole lot of C's. Made a lot of niggas fat, gave a whole lot of G's. Grams, man, he had a whole lot of these. And he would let you hold like a whole lot of keys. Even if you lose some, he would give you new ones. Twice the bread, it's like he had 2 buns. And he had a whole lot of seeds. Even his kids had meals, for real. Some rich small fries wrapped in paper since they was lil. Catch up, nigga. Man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Streets be all like, feed me, feed me. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. He was a heartbreaker and a law shaker. If it was about caking, he was a partaker. International, he would take trips. Bon voyage, that's a hard. He was fishing for the chips. So greedy, never gave to the needy. That's what some say. The way he shunned all the bums hanging in the subways. He called them fruits and laugh at him. Delivery man on the pickup, drive through and throw a bag at him. And it was hard to understand him sometimes, making the killing the way he had him standing in line like. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. The streets be all like, feed me, feed me. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Lovers call him king, haters call him clown. He would say bite me, that's the way it's going down. He was having thoughts that maybe he should retire. Went to church on a Sunday and saw a deep fry. Said he had beef and people want him dead. He loved the hungry ones, was only scared of the feds. He lived a fast life, could he get his path right? Fry just told him about the hooters that he had last night. Turn yourself into the paddy wagon, said no. Bacon wouldn't take him, had the pigs on the payroll. Yeah, my man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. The streets be all like, feed me, feed me. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Hey, my man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Hey, to be continued on another menu. You did, you did, you did, you did, you did. Will he give up his life of crime, or will he stay? This and other adventures on Lupe Fiasco's next album, L.U.P. End. Yes, sir. My man said life ain't easy. When niggas gotta eat, that's when shit get greasy. Hey.
All right. I got a bunch more here, but we'll just go with that for right now. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see here. I got a couple of requests from a few of you, so I'll take all of that down. Like I said, big ups, guys, for coming out and whatnot, and kind of just partaking, I guess, in this little experiment of mine. And like I said, we'll add to it, take away as time goes on. We'll see what we'll see how it all essentially plays out. Let's see here. Let me run through the chat really fast, and then I'll play one more thing for you guys, and I'll go ahead and let you guys go. Because like I said, I'm sure DSP is going to be up to his usual shenanigans at a later time. Let's see here. I haven't missed very much. Like I said, chat, hopefully you guys are all doing well. Womp womp. Hood, I'll look into that other locale that you brought up, and we'll see what that's about. I also saw that Ludwig World Order has a top 10 worst moments out, so big ups on that. There's no limit on your requests. or on requests in general. Like, so I'm writing them all down as it happens, and then I'll pop it up on the and then when the next stream happens, I'll play whatever you guys request. So it's no biggie. Whatever request you have, just go ahead and put it up there. I'll go ahead and I'll get it written down. I have all the Twitch streams that I did last year that I've archived. They'll be up probably in a few weeks, to be honest with you. I've got like 15 of them, I think. But no, there's no limit. If there's something that you have in particular, just go ahead and put it out there. And like I said, we'll be back to the... Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. We'll be back to the usual cutting DSP thing up. Hopefully soon, to be honest with you. Like I said, I was told in the chat that I haven't missed very much. So, it is what it is. His pre-stream podcast is silly. Very, very silly, to say the very least. He's just doing what he can to put himself into the algorithm. Do I believe that DSP has spent over 100K in WWE? I'd assume he's probably close. Excuse me. I don't know if he's actually spent 100K on WWE Champions by itself. If I had to guess, just the amount of what he's put on mobile games over the years, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty ridiculous amount. No, I did not know Tevin had a stream for New Year's. I did not. I missed the Medicare stream too. But does anybody? I can check the Tevin archive channel. I'm sure it's over there. When Phil turns 40 in April, that's when the mask completely slips off. That's when he'll give no fucks at that point. I mean, he gives no fucks now, but I think he'll give no fuck at that point. The Tevin stream was wild. Nice. I mean, Tevin streams don't disappoint, so I'm not surprised that you guys had a good time with it. Like I said, I'm sure it's on the archive channel, so I'll check it out over there. Yeah, he's definitely sunk the most money in WWE Champions. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think just the sheer amount of money that he's wasting on that is almost inconceivable, to be honest with you. Tevin snapped on his New Year's... What? On his New Year's streams, allegedly? Really? Kid, Oathkeeper, can you give me some context of that? What did Phil... What was he going over? Because if you think about it, it's been a slow year for like... If you think about it, it's really been a slow year for DSP. Like, really, he was just... I mean, the majority of the year was exposing his lies more than anything. Like, he really did... Like, you know what I'm saying? DSP really didn't do much this year, if you really think about it. DSP doesn't go anywhere. Like, the dude's too scared to leave his own house. To be honest with you, he hesitates to leave that room. I think it's almost as if he feels like that's the only thing in his world he can control. Is his office / studio / whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, here. Give me a second. Like, I'll just go to the archive channel real fast because how long was this? How long was the stream? The Grease did. I like that. That's kind of funny. 12-hour. He did a 12-hour stream. Oh, good shit. Damn, 12 hours. Good shit. It's like marathon type shit there. The first 4 hours were surprising. Okay, let's. All right. Okay. Okay. Either, if you don't mind, either Ann Leet or Sunspot. Like, what exactly happened? And that, and I don't, and that, and I don't see it on the archive channel either. Does anybody have a link to it? Just out of curiosity, or is it? Okay, yeah, because the last video on the archive channel is the last one that's on Tevin's front page, and that was from 4 months ago. That was the Amberlyn Reed thing. Let's see here. I grabbed it raw on this channel and downloaded, but I won't be re-upping it. All right, no problem. It's on Kiwi Farms. All right, I'm gonna make an assumption here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but did he have a bad stream, or from the bits I caught? Sorry. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess. All right. I see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, it seems like he just kind of had a rough start to the stream. You know what I'm saying? And that could happen to anybody. And then you get the liquor talking, and then it's a thing. But yeah, but they're saying that he recovered well, so. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It happens. It could happen to anybody, but it certainly has happened to most of us. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean I don't mean to have all this dead air here. It just it kind of just sounds like he had a rough start to a stream. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Especially, like, you know what I'm saying, if you've had a couple of them before you've started the stream or while it's going on, you know what I'm saying? People get irritated. So I can kind of understand that. I see. All right. Well, I guess I'll kind of have to. I guess I'll have to kind of see it for myself to get a better understanding of what the situation is. Okay. Well, it's a thing. I mean, last couple of years have been rough for a lot of people. Eventually, it catches up to everybody, given the situation. Everybody handles stuff differently, so. Okay, well, all right. My first question is, I guess my first thing is just from what I'm seeing here. Okay, so he had a rough start to a stream. Does that do we immediately do we really need to immediately put him over the fire over that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like this is a pattern or something, right? This is not like something that he's constantly known for doing. You know what I'm saying? He had a rough beginning of a stream. You know what I'm saying? It's the internet. It's, you know what I'm saying? We all do silly shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. Okay. Because like I say, man, you don't, like, let's say we don't know what he's going through. You know what I'm saying? If he's going through anything, of course. So, you know. He's not displaying, or it doesn't sound like anyway, he's not displaying a pattern. Huh. Yeah, like I don't think one. Okay, like I said, I have to actually see it for myself. But okay, let's say he slipped. Let's say that. Do we condemn him for that? And I would say no. It's just one. It's just one situation. Yeah, I've seen Tevin's live streams on Twitch. I mean, if it's like, you know what I'm saying, if it's something like that where someone gets silly in the chat, then it's like that's kind of par for the course. Especially on Twitch, man. Twitch has assholes. you can run into some real assholes on Twitch. You really can. I agree. I miss Tevin doing DSP stuff too, but I would prefer, I'm sure as most people, to have him just come back and do it when he's ready to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you keep inundating him with that, he's just going to become more despondent to it. But I'm sure we all understand that, though. Yeah, he's just probably just going through a rough patch. Has it really been 5 years, though, since the fall of SOK? I never really thought about it like that. That was what, 2017. So yeah, but that was like, I don't think you're up on 5 years yet, because I think that was like somewhere between like June and August, maybe something along those lines. But I think it also feeds back into how taxing, this can be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, you're right, Robert. So it's like 2017. It's like late 2017. Because I think that all imploded right before the Escort saga. But but this streaming shit can be taxing, especially if you have anything of substance riding on it. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna work you over. It's gonna work you over. So. And then, when's the last time Tevin has streamed over here on YouTube? It's been a while. Well, 4 months, I guess, with the Amberlynn Reed stuff. Yeah, the detox is definitely not a bad idea. Someone needs to tell Cobra that, though, because Jesus Christ, that dude's 2021 was fucking shit. Like, he's slowly but surely killing himself. Like, Cobra needs to get his shit together. Like, fast. Yeah, his Amberlynn Reed streams are fucking hilarious. They're hilarious as shit. Yeah, the fake Kirby or King Fake Kirby or Curb. Yeah, Amberlynn's boring now though. Like she don't want to move. She don't want to do nothing. And then Chantel all right, here. Chantel has like finally obtained the crown that she always wanted, and she can't handle it. So she's throwing her life away on some dude that's allegedly beating her and got her on coke or some shit. So it's really funny how it all kind of played out for Amberlynn Reed and Chantel, because Chantel was chasing Amber. Amber was chasing notoriety. Once Amber got the notoriety, she couldn't control it. She finally got what she wanted, but she couldn't control it, and she couldn't get Destiny back. And since that all fell apart or imploded or however you want to word it, and she couldn't control Becky, everything just went to shit. And then Chantel, or Foodie Beauty or whatever, she went ahead and aligned herself with the wrong people to try to get at Charlie Gold and get at the rest of the people who were gunning for her. And then once she finally got Amberlynn Reed's mantle, if you will, she started to basically destroy herself too. So it's amazing to kind of watch that happen in real time in a lot of ways. And the thing is you would think it's something unique to the internet, but it's not. It's just not. It's just you see that stuff every day, or there are people who probably go through that every day, and it's only because it's not publicized. So. He's going to hit 200,000 by his birthday. Looks like someone's going overtime then with those Saga accounts. Like it or not, DSP has shown growth for the wrong reasons, but still growth. Let me think on that for a minute. Let me think on that, to be honest. Because I have to agree. I do have to agree with you to an extent, except for the fact that when it comes to growth, right? Like, it's not just a matter of you learning something, but you're able to apply it in a practical sort of way. And I can't say that DSP has done that. He's just become more and more lazy. And he's conditioned the audience to continue to carry him. It'd be different if he came up with unique ways to, if he had unique ways of doing it, but he doesn't. He stays to what would be, I guess, considered a try or true method. Nothing really comes out of it, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's lazy beyond belief. It's amazing that anybody's willing to sit there and tolerate that. If that was anybody else, despite how much DSP gets dunked on anyway, if that was anybody else, he would be all over live stream fails and shit like that. And and I don't think he's ever really gotten up there. Maybe once or twice, but his antics are desensitizing, I think. It's kind of just the norm. Even to just a casual DSP viewer, or even DSP or someone who watches detractor content on a semi-regular basis. It's very desensitizing. It's not something that he hasn't done anything. Keep in mind, I've missed most of December, but he doesn't do anything, or he hasn't done anything this year, I should say, or last year. Sorry, 2021, that really makes you want to kind of jump out and actually, you know what I'm saying, and really try to go after it. All of the leaks and everything were just kind of exposing stuff that we already knew. It was just nice to have the verification. That's really what it kind of came down to. He himself didn't really do much of anything. Oh yeah, absolutely. He's definitely not going to pay for a new PC. He's definitely not going to do that. And why would he? When he got away with that situation with that Nintendo Switch, that was the new lick from there on out. Even the PS5, even though he said he paid for it, I'm sorry. Realistically, someone else clearly paid for it, but more importantly than that, I think his explanation on the whole payment thing was bullshit. I think he was doing that to try to get another PS5 for Kat. Or for Catherine, to be honest. But wait a second, didn't Catherine buy a console like with her tax money one year? Does anybody remember that? I think it was like the first year she was there, or like the first tax season, if you will, that she was there. She went ahead and like they went to a GameStop, and it was a PS4 Pro. Thank you. And she went ahead and dropped all that money on the PS4 Pro. So if anything else, man, he was just trying to finesse them out of another PS5. That's what that came down to. Yeah, it is very. Don't get me wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. It all kind of it kind of all blends into each other. What's up, Red? It kind of all bleeds into each other. And it's very possible, Red, too, that maybe Phil did actually buy it, and he just went ahead and said that, oh no, Catherine bought it. It's very possible. I'm sorry. Eating chicken on the bone is too much work? Is that what? That's not true. That's not true. Who said that? Who said that? What? Oh. No, I did not know. we're saying now now food is becoming taxing. I haven't heard him say anything stupid like that since he was saying that what was it? It was about eating pasta or something. Where he said that like it was messy and it was a lot of work and all that bullshit. Now we're having a hard time eating chicken. Oh my god. Wow. I have missed a lot of shenanigans apparently. We bitching about chicken. Phil's bitching about crab and lobster too? I guess he's not going to have too many T-bone steaks on the menu then, I guess. I guess that's not going to be a thing. I guess if the only thing you guys were eating were potatoes and pasta all the time, you would probably think lifting anything other than your fork would be pretty taxing too. You guys should give him a break on that. Holy shit. He hates Korean barbecue? Why? Korean barbecue is delicious. He ruined a Christmas roast? How? No, not even how. Because I remember that year him and Catherine ruined that pre-baked ham. Because apparently Googling instructions is out of the question. That's silly. Someone enlighten me. How did he mess up that roast? How did we do that? He didn't follow the recipe? Didn't put enough wine in? I mean, yeah, he's probably drinking the majority of it. How much wine was he required to put in? And how much did he actually put in? That's a fair point, Robert. He didn't follow the recipe, then he blamed it on the recipe. That's amazing. Oh, wow. He had to put 2 cups of wine in. He only put a cup and a half? Or, sorry, he only put in half a cup. Jesus Christ. Did he at least... Was he not watching it, though? Like, you still gotta watch a roast. You can't just walk away from it and that's it. You can't just set it and forget it. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, granted, if you're baking at all, you can't just step away from it. You should try to keep somewhat of an eye on it. It wasn't his fault, dude. The buggy baking mechanics. I mean, come on. Oh wow. He said for 90 minutes. At what? Like at what? At what temp? Did he cover it? Like with aluminum foil or something? I'm confused. Have we literally gone back to the Stone Age when it comes to cooking? Cat was watching the roast while he was playing on his phone. Oh, okay, I see. I guess that makes sense. Oh, I don't think Phil understands what searing is, though. I don't think he would understand what that is at all. Because if he did, instead of him complaining about sauces like he normally does, he could just make a pan sauce then. To be honest. No, I have not. I don't even know what the snow day Karen talk is. So did they even try that roast? Did they throw it away? Did they just outright throw it? I'm sorry. When the roast was ruined, they went out and got Chinese food. Ugh. Well, Phil has a kind of a thing about eating Chinese food on Christmas anyway. Believe it or not. What movie is that? With the kid with the Red Ryder BB gun, Ralph. It's a Christmas Story, I think is what it's called actually. Phil's always had a thing about that shit. I think his name is Ralph, but I think his mother called him Ralphie, or they call him Ralphie in it. Yeah, A Christmas Story. There you go. It's a good movie. I feel like he's always trying. I feel like for whatever reason he's trying to recreate that shit. I mean, look at how his life is like orchestrated or organized, if you will. It's kind of all movie-ish. Either that or based off a concept of what he thinks or how he believes the world is, which is out of place, to be honest with you. Which I think only gives more validity to the fact that him and Catherine are not sleeping together. Like, he likes the idea. I think he likes the idea of being married more than he likes the concept of being married. Apparently, wait, what? Apparently he leaked the work beds. Oh, so he's confirmed that they don't sleep in the same room. That's clear, I think. Oh, goddamn, I missed a lot. Holy shit. I wouldn't be surprised if Dumb and Dumber was one of his favorite movies. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. They have two beds. Well, like I said, I don't think they sleep in the same room anyway. So I'm not surprised by that at all. Exactly. Wanting to call himself a married man without being a husband. I mean, being a husband or being a spouse or whatever the case may be requires you to put someone else before yourself. How could he ever do that? All I've got to say is GTG is avoid the Metroid stationary moment. Oh boy. Oh boy. No, I did not. I know nothing about the Arnold situation. Hard R. You don't say. Well, he's on YouTube, so he'd get away with that anyway. Yeah, I've missed quite a bit, fellas. I've missed quite a bit. We can do a catch up stream on it though. But yeah, I've missed a lot. Did he say it on purpose or was it a slip? I mean, even though I think the stationary one wasn't a slip. I'm one of the few people that think that he said that shit on purpose, but YouTube flagged your video for age restricted. Oh, so wait a second. If that was the case, then that means that means YouTube recognized it in the caption, right? In the closed caption. Bad slip. It sounds like it's on purpose. Yeah, I was about to say if the video got age restricted, then YouTube caption must have caught it. That'll be funny to go over. Well, I'll check. I'll go to the usual suspects: Hate Army Watch, Aquateal, Forbidden Math. I'm sure maybe Call of Duty has it. I can check that out. I also saw that Wings 007 has like a compilation of like Wings' 2021 nonsense. So that'll be cool. He has new tip animations. When's he going to do an animation for his super chats? Or are we still going to act like super chats don't exist? Holy shit, I got a lot to go over. Holy crap. Yeah, that Call of Duty channel was fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Oh, big up the Volt Boy, too. When I saw his last video. Well, actually, what was his last video? I think about it. Let me check a look real fast. I respect the fact that Volt Boy kind of just picks his spots these days. Wow, there's multiple channels called Volt Boy? Oh, wow, I missed a lot of Volt Boy shit. Yikes, my bad. He had a video that came out 2 days ago. He had a video that came out 5 days ago. Yeah, I gotta catch up. I guess I got a lot of catching up to do. Hey, what's up, Silent Weapon? I said Happy New Year to all you guys. Well, here, let me not hold you guys up, because I'm sure, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's other stuff that you guys, could be doing. Yeah, I need to get back into the shenanigans. Yeah, I heard Wings put all the weight back on. I mean, we kind of knew that was going to happen, though, to be honest. No, I haven't really watched any Perry stuff. As it pertains to Perry, I should say, like, that dude had like a legitimate head injury, though, right? Or something along those lines, or did I just, or is that something that I lost in translation? Yikes. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Wings was on his last leg. Like I said, I heard he put all the weight back on, so that's a damn shame. Yeah, I think I need to. If I haven't already asked Agent Proper about it, I will. Because I feel like that guy's actually had like a legitimate head injury or something, which kind of explains some of the spurgery around him and shit. I mean, but people seem to be entertained by him, so there's clearly something there. Yeah, I hear the new tactic for Wings is everybody's going back and looking up all of his old stuff. Wings lore is actually really interesting when you go back in it, because to be honest, Wings did do a lot of stupid shit. He said a lot of stupid shit too, quite a bit, which is what's chapping his ass now. My thing is, when you look at Kyle, when you look at Woody, they're quick to say, hey, we try to do this, we try to do that. And they did. Don't get me wrong. At the same time, if you go back to those early podcasts they did, or those early PKAs or whatever, like, they let him say, not let him, but they were okay with egging him on and saying a lot of wild shit. And they essentially benefited. I'm not to say that they didn't say wild shit either, but Wings is the easy target. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really, like, a lot of that shit, even back then, someone should have clamped that shit down. At the very least. I mean, I'm sure he did say some of that shit for shock value. I'm pretty confident that he did. Wings has always had a level of inaccuracy. He's always been insecure about himself. So he always needs something that, like, help him stand out. And so he's willing to go farther than Woody or Kyle because he feels that he needs to, because he doesn't feel like he's bringing enough to the table. And that's his own fault, really. Like, at the end of the day, if these are your friends or whatnot, right? And if the audience really fucks with you, then they'll accept you as is. You don't have to go ahead and say all this crazy shit. This goes back to that whole argument about, oh, YouTube was the Wild West, and, you know, it is what it is, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of people out there who are incredibly successful no matter what genre that they chose to do, and they didn't have to say all this crazy shit to do it. So what is your reason? What is your excuse? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That doesn't make any sense. And at the end of the day, it still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. If Wings wasn't so worried about everybody else. Yeah, Cobra looks like shit. Cobra, the way you see Cobra, at least somewhat recently, I guess. Like I said, I haven't seen any end of the year shit. The way you see Cobra, at least in, like, I'm going to go back to at least this November-ish, is when I was actually kind of paying attention. The way you see him and his drinking and everything is what DSP is not far off from where DSP is at now. It's just DSP has more time to hide it, or at least some of it. Cobra's a fucking mess. And Cobra's a rabbit hole. He is a fucking rabbit hole. And I don't even, it's a scary thing. It's a very, very scary thing. It's entertaining though. Like, it's funny, but it's like, it's really, really silly. You have to give a lot of credit to the people who document that shit, because there's god dog. Like, if you think DSP will slowly but surely wear you down, Cobra will wear you down. Yeah, I agree. Wings is definitely is very much a child. That's why it was so easy for people to take advantage of him. Just about anybody that Cobra has been with not Cobra, sorry. We're crossing locales now. Let's not cross local streams here. Wings was easily taken advantage of because Wings is kind of like, he's your stereotypical little brother who wants really, really bad to have the recognition of his big brother or like the middle brother, and he can't get it. So he has to do stuff to get him attention, so they will finally recognize him. And he doesn't care if it's bad or good as long as it has his name out there. And that's kind of one of Wings' problems. And you can see that in a lot of ways, like with his mom. Because once the money started to really roll in for Wings, it was coming out. It was literally going out the door as quickly as he was getting it. Like, his mom was finessing him for the longest time. It was very, very clear. And then you start getting in all the girlfriends and shit, and how they were siphoning him and everything like that. So now when you see him with Kelly, he treats her any type of way because he treats her, let's reword that, sorry. Wings treats Kelly like shit because he expects Kelly to treat him like shit. So he's literally just trying to beat her to the punch. And that's a goddamn shame. Because outside of Gangster Grandma, R.I.P. to her, and R.I.P. to Betty White. Apparently Betty White passed away too. Goddamn. She's maybe the only one that actually cares for him. Yeah, Wings' mother doesn't give a fuck about him. Truth be told. Truth be told. Doesn't give a rat's ass about him. And that's just par for the course, sadly. Oh wow, I can't even remember the last time I've had a bot in here though. But big ups on catching that, thank you. Holy shit. But yeah, Wings' mother definitely doesn't respect him. And in a lot of ways, she never had a reason to. Which is kind of shitty to say that. But in truth, that's kind of what it comes down to. Actually, I do plan to talk a little bit coming up about the new Dragon Ball Super movie. I do. I have a lot to say about it. Not only because. Let me try to settle my fucking Gohan hate down and shit. Everybody is really expecting. Okay, I'm gonna go on a tangent. You know how I do on a tantrum here. Everybody thinks that Gohan's gonna be is gonna finally turn into old Gohan, and he's not gonna do it. He's not. It's not gonna be what people think. Gohan from Cell games is dead. You're never gonna get him back. We need to accept that and move forward. And even in the Tournament of Power, Dragon Ball Super, the Universal Tournament, which eventually turned into Tournament of Power, everybody thought we were gonna get some type of new form out of him, and we never got it. And I don't think we'll ever get it. So, it kind of just is what it is. It is what it is. I understand how people want it to be Gohan's year, but it's not. It's not. I promise you, it's not. It's not going to work out the way. Gohan has become a very convenient stepping stool. To be honest with you, it's just what it is. They'll always give you these little hints or these little teasers of Gohan showing greatness, but he'll never be like that again. He just doesn't have it in him. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I was going to make a comparison to a low cow question, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just not. Gohan's, he's not built for it. He never was. I'm sorry. I don't want to ruin your day. I really don't. Trust me. As much as I hate on Gohan, I want Cell Games Gohan. I don't give a fuck. Everything's got to die. I want that. But he just doesn't have it in him. I'm sorry. He doesn't. Okay? Just like Officer Sanders doesn't have a good blowjob in her. It doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I mean it. I'm really, really sorry. But it's like that. Before that Officer Sanders fucking video came out, you know what I'm saying? There were people out there who thought, she's trashy, but she's like that nasty type of trashy that she might be something amazing in bed, and then that didn't happen and whatnot. I'm sorry. It is what it was. Okay? It is what it was. You know what I'm saying? I felt bad that dude had to sit there and be handcuffed and be subjected to that. So it is what it is. It is what it is. It's just terrible. I'm sorry. It was horrible. You know what I'm saying? We could have damn near waterboarded that guy and probably got a better effect than what ended up happening. I'm sorry. It's what happened. It is what it is. It was terrible. I agree. I think Phil did marry the wrong sister. I believe that wholeheartedly. And that's Catherine's greatest trick in a lot of ways. Because Catherine gets everything she wants, and DSP won't lift a finger to say or do anything about it because he needs her. He needs her more than anything. It's a relationship of convenience, but it's not even a relationship. It's an agreement if you will, right? They're roommates. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, DSP needs someone physically in that house that he can play off of. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he needs her. Like, if I would have to sit here and really kind of like get into it, but like the emotional and physical support that DSP needs, excuse me, not just from Catherine, any woman essentially could fit that mold, is immense, if you will. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not sexual. Like, that, it was never that. That's why he was so quick to give it up with Panda. It's the emotional aspect of it. He needs to know that there's always someone in his corner right then and there. And then you get into the more physical aspect of it, of cooking my meals, washing my clothes, keeping my house clean. When he comes downstairs from his office, in air quotes, it's like him coming through the door with his little briefcase. He takes his hat off. He takes his coat off. Like, honey, I'm home. It's like that. Like, it's so deep seated. Yes, exactly. Exactly, David. He needs a mom. You know what I'm saying? He needs a mom. But he needs the mom, or the mommy figure, as another of you, as Omega pointed out. But he needs the wife too. So he needs the combination of both. You know what I'm saying? And then you go ahead and put someone who's a proverbial man-child with the lack of sexual innuendo or libido or whatever the case may be. And that comes from not understanding or knowing what a woman wants and how to perform and not being able to perform. It all gives you like this perfect storm of trying to be an adult without actually having to take on the responsibilities of an adult. And that's why he doesn't like paying for anything. And that's the reason why he throws his money away the way he does. Because it's too hard to be an adult and be responsible for shit. It's just too hard. Same thing with Wings. Even though Wings talks a good game, theoretically, when it comes to, oh, I got to pay my taxes, I got to do this, I got to do that, it's still straight bitch fest no matter what. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Kelly is really like the one who's holding on to the majority of the bills, while you have these other two losers just sitting on their ass playing video games. DSP's drinking himself to death. Wings is eating himself to death. How the fuck did you get a portion of your stomach cut out and almost 2.5 years, 3 years later, you're right back to where you were? Like, how does that happen? There's not supposed to be a stomach there for that to even exist. Like, how does that happen? So, and it's stuff like that is the reason why theories prevail that Wings never went out there to actually have the surgery. So, I mean, what do you do? And the thing is, you make a great point. Kelly does make Wings look like a fucking idiot in the exact same way as, as Leanna did towards the end of their relationship. Same concept, same depth and style. Have I ever seen a picture of Phil's father? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I've seen what his mother looks like, though. Because that was in, like, it was in their moving vlog, if you will. Because they went by her house and all that. But no, I don't think I've seen a picture of Phil's father. I'm confident that you could find it because the dude was in the guy served as a Marine. So, like, it would be pretty easy to find that. I think Leanna was great towards the end, as you had put it, because she started to come into her own. Yes, Phil definitely still stalks Panda on social media. Absolutely. And John, too. I bet money on it. I bet money on it. I'd like to say that Panda has grown as a person, but it's hard to say. She didn't have that car very long before she wrecked it. So that's a thing. I mean, granted, though, too, we live in crazy times. It is what it is. I think there's still a level of immaturity to her that she may never really shake. But I think she has a better grasp on life than DSP does. He was holy shit. That's my initial thoughts on that. I'm probably one of the people who actually perpetuated that hush money situation. Do I think that? And I still hold on to the fact that he was definitely covering bills or whatever the case may be. It was a theory, and I'm more than willing to man up and say that I was wrong about that. Absolutely. But I also have to say no buts. Is it plausible that he's still paying her hush money? Probably not. Something was keeping her quiet, if you will. And you could say, and with all fairness, right, that in some ways she still loves him. Maybe she'll still always love him in some type of way. And in a lot of ways, DSP is so pathetic that it's kind of understandable that a woman who had been with him for as long as she had feels the need to protect him even though she doesn't have to deal with him. I know that sounds kind of absurd, if you will. But I wouldn't be surprised by it. I can't believe Howard still makes videos. I'm not surprised that Howard still makes videos. Howard actually always really did like making videos. Certainly. Panda, I think, he didn't appreciate what he had with Panda until she left him. That's clearly what it was. And that, let's be honest, he didn't know how to handle her. He didn't know how to handle her physically, emotionally. He didn't have a grasp on it. He really didn't. Like, it was easy to entice her because she was young and everything, but when it was time for her to get a job and everything, there was a level of resistance that he wasn't ready for, but he thought he still had her under enough control or pignosis, if you will, that she would just go to work and come home and nothing would change. And that's just not what happened. That just wasn't going to happen. If anything else, their breakup just shows how much of a shut-in that he is, and how desperate he was to try to convert her to it, and it didn't work. Who goes first, Wings or Phil? Wings. DSP will try to stay around or alive, depending on the context, just out of pure spite. Just out of pure fucking spite. Hey, big ups. Welcome to the stream. I wasn't supposed to. It's never supposed to be this long. But I think DSP will probably hang on out of sheer spite. I don't know if Wings' body can handle it. I really can't see that, to be honest with you. We'll have to see. Oh, I don't know if Wings, if DSP is going to make it to 50. I don't know if Wings will make it to 50, to be honest. Now that I think about it, I don't know if Cobra is going to make it to 50. The way he's going. And Low Tier Guy will probably go, well, he's in better shape than all of them. So he'll last a while. Yeah, Wings has been beaten down to the lowest common denominator. And here's the fucked up part about the Wings situation. He got beat down twice. That's why his weight ballooned the way it did the first time, and then apparently is ballooning back up the way it is again. So Wings has been beaten twice. Low Tier got, I think LTG is in his mid-30s, I think. Yeah, he could very well break a drumstick. I mean, break a leg. Yeah, that's very plausible. To be honest with you, if he keeps skipping leg day. But yeah, and also Wings, and I hate to say this, so let me reword it. In Wings' mind, he has nothing to live for. Sadly. He feels like he doesn't have anything to live for. Boogie. Shit. Will Boogie make it? I don't know. Boogie dies every year and then he gets resurrected, so it's kind of hard to say. I think Boogie will make it to 50, maybe. I'm gonna say maybe. I don't know. I'm not betting. I don't want to bet against any of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no coming back from that. I think as a lolcow, depending on what your definition of that is, I think it's destructive. It's very destructive. It's not destructive from an internet personality type standpoint. I think as a person, it's destructive. I think it's extremely destructive. And when you think of the word lolcow, you can't really throw it around as easily as most of us would probably think so. It's not. Oh no. Boogie's going to prison? Oh, for the fucking what's that guy's name? The dude who showed up to his front door. That's right. He did fire a shot off. Oh no. I forgot all about that shit. Like has he been like formally charged? Like is he going to court? Oh fuck, I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that. Yikes. Frank Hassel, thank you. Thank you, Frank Hassel. Oh shit, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I think a lot of actually, Robert, I think you're correct. A lot of the big names, as we consider of lolcows, are going to kind of fizzle out. I think we had a good run, to be honest, but I think it's gonna be tough. Yeah, only use me Blade is, yeah, that's just a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. That right there is obviously what, not even excessive, just extreme drinking will get you. And he's been like that for years too. That's the crazy part. He's been like that for years. That's a damn shame. That's a goddamn shame. But now, let me pose a question to you, chat. Like, what makes a lolcow? If you don't mind me asking, like, if you had to think of some identifiable qualities, what would, I don't know, 3 of those qualities be that makes up a lolcow to you? You know what I mean? Like, what are your thoughts on that? As far as I know, Amber is still around. To be honest, her main hustle is basically her live streams. If you want to shit on her, you have to pay. You have to pay like her membership or whatever to do it, or something along those lines. A lack of personality, and infamous trying to be famous. That's a good one. That's actually a really good one. That's a really, really good one. Jack Murphy. That sounds vaguely familiar. That sounds vaguely familiar. That sounds vaguely familiar. Wait, didn't Medicare talk about him on? If I have heard of him, I feel like I've only heard about him probably like through Medicare or something. Attention Seeking is actually a good one. Someone being too emotionally invested in this internet shit. That's a good one too. Yes, but that's actually fair to say. Blade does have severe diabetes, sadly. It would be fair. That's true, Robert. I think a lot of people are surprised that Wings and DSP existed as long as they did. Because potentially anybody could be a lolcow if you go too far with this. It's very hard to lose. It's very not hard. It's very easy to lose focus, I should say. Benecker talked about him on the New Year's. I haven't seen the New Year's stream yet, though. I'm sure that's been archived though all over the place, but I haven't seen that yet. Potentially, Robert. Potentially. Because it just doesn't take much to fall. You know what I'm saying? You look into the abyss long enough, and sooner than later, something's gonna look back at you. And everybody has a trigger, and that's the real thing. Like that's what, at least in my thoughts, that's one of the things that cements a lolcow as a lolcow. Once people figure out what your trigger is, it's done. If you can't let it go, or if you don't learn how to let it go, then it's just gonna haunt you for pretty much forever. You know what I'm saying? And look at other people, for example. look at your PewDiePies, look at your Markipliers, look at Aries, for example. Look at your Maxes. Maximilians, look at your Courages, look at your Dr. Disrespects or whatever. They all got their haters. They all fucking have their haters. Everybody does. Why isn't it that why didn't those guys slip and fall, but these guys did? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it that caused that? And I think at least one of those things, I should say, is that you have to be strongly cemented in yourself. Does everybody get mad at this internet shit? Absolutely. It'd be anybody who says they're not, they're lying to you. Everybody's gotten mad at least once. Certainly. But that you being mad or you being upset or whatever, that once does not define you. You know what I'm saying? It requires a pattern. That's what makes a lolcow. They have a pattern of bad behavior or destructive behavior or shit like that. Look at White Boy. Yeah, White Boy 7th Street. Holy shit. He went through the ringer back from like 2015, 2016 maybe, up to like 2018 or 19. He went through the fucking ringer, but he never fell down into lolcow status. You know what I'm saying? Look at Woody's gamer tag. Like when he had that situation with that kid on his Minecraft server. I think he accidentally sent him like $10,000 or some shit. Something crazy, or it was 5,000, whatever. It was one of the two. And Woody was like fighting the charge and shit. The guy's first off, he's a kid. And he shouldn't have access to that much money or to mommy's credit card or whatever the situation was anyway. But fucking Woody was fighting that shit, saying that no, the kid donated the money to me, he's not getting it. And almost nobody talks about that anymore. Almost nobody talks about that shit anymore. So, you know what I'm saying? Like all these guys have moments and shit. But then yet again, how come? And yet again, because it's that one outburst, if you will, from Woody, right? You can't. Do you define him? I wouldn't say you can't, but do you define him as a lolcow over that? It's kind of hard to do so. Yeah, Review Tech USA did pull himself out of the rabbit hole, so to speak. I think he's embraced the lolcow thing because he can profit from it. And he doesn't have anything to lose. And I think realistically speaking, him getting a real job is kind of out of the question for him. You know what I'm saying? And that's wild in itself. Like, a lot of people forget that Review Tech USA got a lot of his notoriety going over stories or just terrible mishaps of people dying. and whatnot. And that craze that was going on back in like 2016, 2017, where parents were like destroying their kids' consoles or making them do it and shit. Stuff like that. So that's another thing. Yeah, Review Tech USA. Shit. And like I said, this is... I said this back when Monday Matt went through that whole situation with the copyright strikes and all the false flagging and shit anyway. And it is what it is. I've been talking about it since then. But I still feel like Review Tech USA was helping, or may have helped him with some of that shit. At the very least. Birds of a feather flock together. So, I'm not surprised by that shit in the slightest, at all. But yeah, he did somewhat pull. But I agree, Review Tech USA did kind of pull himself up and out of it a little bit. He's still banning. Well, let's be honest. Well, like I said, somewhat. You know what I'm saying? No one said the guy was clean. Review Tech can't take criticism like most people can't. It is what it is. Oh, back in the Ann Doyle days. Oh, shit. That's a real throwback. That's when Review Tech was, like, on the hunt. Like, anybody who made a video on him, he was doing, like, responses and shit. Jesus Christ. I agree. Locales should be, and most of them are actually, should be separated into tiers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me think on that. I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure. That's a fair question, I suppose. But not suppose. That's a fair question. I'm not sure. Let me think about that. Let me think on that. Oh shit! What time is it, by the way? Okay, I think we're good for another. Probably good for another 10 or whatnot. See, here's the thing. Like, the comparison of DSP and Low Tier God are only similar to an extent. Like, it's really hard to kind of pin both of them down in the exact same ways. Are they both, like, childish, incredibly narcissistic, even nihilistic to some degree, depending on how you look at it? Absolutely. At the same time, for whatever reason, a lot of people would consider Low Tier God actually tolerable, or a bit more tolerable, I should say, than DSP. Or some people would find, like, his outbursts and shit to, like, legitimately be funny. Are they fucked up too? Absolutely. But some people would actually say that it's actually kind of funny when he roasts people or whatnot. DSP is just a blunt fucking instrument. He is a tool to the full to the full definition of the word. He just doesn't have anything to him. He doesn't believe in anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even when DSP tells you, like, for example, when he's playing, like, Street Fighter, and he tells you that, oh, I'm better than this. Oh, I know that he's doing this. I know he's doing that. All of his threats are empty. There is no real value to any of that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't believe it. Just because he continues to repeat it doesn't mean that he believes in it. It doesn't have any guile behind it, if you will. it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? He just kind of says it because he's been saying it. What good is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing to it. There's legitimately nothing to it. Which is kind of the reason why why DSP hates his detractors so goddamn much. It's not a matter of that they all have something to say, but they actually believe it. It's not just the fact that they have evidence to back it up. They can also break it down in such a way that it's understandable, and it allows you to see things from different angles and whatnot. There's no way that, who got a new fight stick? Who? I was about to say, like, who got a new fight stick? There's a relatability, if you will, that these people don't have. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you may be able to sympathize. No, you may be able to empathize with Wings, but you can't sympathize with him. You know what I'm saying? You might feel bad for DSP every fucking once in a while, but you could never put yourself in DSP's shoes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one can do that. And it requires more than it's worth, I think. He got a new fucking fight. This piece of garbage got a new fight stick. He has his fight stick, his old one, I should say. Apparently, it is an old one. He's had it for a couple years. What console did he get it for, if you don't mind me asking? Like, he got it for PlayStation, or? Because now that I think about it, with the Hori that he has now, there are adapters out there that you can get. Who is it that makes? I have one actually. It was like $35-$40 on Amazon or some shit, and it works between multiple consoles. So he doesn't need to buy a new console. He just needs an adapter for the Xbox. Someone bought him a brand new fucking fight stick for Xbox. I agree. If you can't learn from your own mistakes, then you're a lost cause. I agree. To some extent. David, which was that the 2018 Christmas stream that he did? Or was it, yeah, I want to say it was the 2018 one. No, yeah. Because the 2017 one is when he got the $1,000 from Planet Jeff under the alias of Santa Claus. So it might have been 2018, I think. Might be the stream that you're talking about? Maybe? Who has he played anybody of any substance on Xbox yet? If Phil's smart, he's probably not. He should play Street Fighter 6, but I don't think he's going to. He should though, but I don't think he's going to. I think he's too far behind. Oh wow, he got perfect in one game in fucking third strike. Was it Goji? Let's see. It was a stream. He was playing a battle royale. Okay, so that could be 2018 or it could be 2019. I'll have to look. Let's see. Alexander. Do I think his parents are divorced? If they're not divorced, they're separated. If DSP's parents are not actually divorced on paper, then they're definitely separated. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that. I can see that very clearly, to be honest with you. To be honest. And I think that's where I think some of his betrayal / abandonment issues come from, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised by that for a single solitary fucking second. And I felt like that back when I saw the clip. I can't remember who originally had it, of DSP talking about his parents had an affair on each other. And it wasn't like he said, oh, my dad cheated on my mom or my mom cheated on my dad. He said they both were sleeping around on each other. So that right there, it explains a lot. That explains a lot, to be honest. It was, okay, so it wasn't Gojitenks, it was somebody else. But yeah, I would assume that's where a lot of his abandonment issues come from. And if you think about it, think about when it comes to the concept of, oh, I got the job at the helicopter company and I wanted to stay there. And I thought I was going to be there for, I thought I was going to do that for the rest of my life. Or think about when he was with Machinima. Oh, I was on Machinima, everything was going great, and I was going to, do that for the rest of my life or whatever. When DSP starts something, he expects to be able to do it forever. So when you think about marriage, it's the same thing. So when his parents either separated or got a divorce, whatever the case may be, or certainly when they started having real problems and he started to take notice of it, I think it warped his thought process when it comes to it. That's why DSP is it's so important for DSP to have the image of being successful. That's why DSP has to constantly impress upon people that I love this is my hobby, as well as my job, as well as my business, whatever, and whatnot. And I'm the realist. I'm the most honest. It's all about perception to him. Because let's be honest, the truth hurts even more. It hurts a lot more. So it's very possible that his parents could be arguing with each other at all times of the night. But when he leaves out his door, and when the father leaves out the door in the morning, he gives her the peck on the cheek and whatever. She passes him his bag, maybe, and they're off to the races. You know what I'm saying? And then DSP gets dropped off at school, or he walks to school. Sorry, he can't walk to school because there's too many dangerous basketball Americans running around and whatnot. That's why we couldn't learn how to ride a bike. Whatever. Point being. So that's too dangerous. So he has to get dropped off. At the same time, though, I'm not saying that this happened. I am not saying this. But I wouldn't be too surprised if DSP came home one day and maybe he saw a car outside that wasn't daddy's car and it wasn't mommy's car. Yeah, stationary. There you go. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I'm not going to say that DSP walked upstairs and he saw another man coming out of his house on some Forrest Gump shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. Or I'm not saying that DSP couldn't get into his house, so he had to sit on his step and whatnot, and then some other gentleman walked up out of the house or whatever. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is I wouldn't have been surprised if DSP had seen what would be clear evidence of of infidelity, if you will. Because after a while, people just stop caring. And I think in a lot of ways, keep in mind, that was hypothetical pignosis. That's really me just kind of reaching and whatnot for reaching or whatever. But when you look at how he handled the situation with with Panda, I think that's a completely different story. I think when you see how he was willing to take the knee to Panda, hey, this woman is off with someone else, but you're still letting her have your car. You know what I'm saying? She still has all of her freedom as long as she comes home and your clothes are washed. Din is still on the table at 7:00 and all of that nonsense. He didn't care. Because as long as he could have his way, he didn't care. So when you think take that chat and go back to the possible infidelity between his parents. As long as the image of them as a happy couple still exists and everybody's essentially getting everything they want, or everybody's still if everybody's still playing their part, if you will, sticking to the script to further that, then who gives a shit? And I think he was okay with that. And so same thing with Panda. I think he was okay with Panda getting dicked down by someone else as long as she came home and made him dinner. I honestly believe that. Because that falls into his narrative. He's not doing it. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? He don't have her on the bed bent over ready to give it to her. So it doesn't, so, you know, who cares if someone else does it? As long as she comes home to him, it's all right. And I know that's a really warped way of looking at the situation. Oh, shit. He can never retire from being the king of hate. That's like saying that he's graduated from being a failure. It doesn't work that way. Once that's on you, it's on you for life. You don't get to walk away from that. You don't get to walk away from being the king of hate. It doesn't happen. Oh, his parents being swingers? It's possible. Sure. It's very possible that his parents could be swingers. if we're just theorizing, right? If we're just pig crafting here, sure. It's possible. It's possible. But then let me impress this upon you for a second. Then, if hypothetical pignosis, if Phil's parents are actually were swingers, is Phil's father really his father? Or did they start swinging after they had Phil? What are our thoughts, chat? Because you could look at it two different ways. You could say they were happily married, they had a child, being Phil, and then maybe they felt like they needed a little bit more in their life. They needed a little bit. Don't laugh, Sunspot. Don't laugh. Oh, Sunspot, I'm working on that thing for you. I got you on that. You could say that, you know, maybe the spark wasn't there after Phil was born. You know, maybe they wanted to experiment with a little or something like that. Don't laugh, Robert. You know what I'm saying? Don't laugh. Maybe they wanted to experiment a little bit, and maybe that was a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. Hey, Silent Weapon, don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's possible that could have been a thing. Or was Phil's mother and Phil's father swingers from the jump and whatnot? What if that was the case? You know, before they actually decided to have children. You know, I'm just throwing it out there, man. I'm just saying. If you want to go with the swinger thing, it's like, okay, well, was the swinger thing, was that a thing that they were kind of doing? And then all of a sudden, I think I'm pregnant, and you know, Dave's like, oh, well, we have been messing around a lot, so I'm the father. Well, what if he wasn't? Woo! Shit! Ooh! Oh no! Plot twist: Rambo's actually Phil's stepbrother. That would be crazy. That would be a hell of a plot twist, though. For all intents and purposes, DSP is in love with John. So that's kind of... I'm not the father. I'm not old enough. Not even close. Not even close to being old enough. But that would be kind of hilarious. If that was the case... It's not the case, clearly. But if that was the case, then certainly the condom failed me. That's all I'm saying. The condom has failed me. Because theoretically, that condom should have been his body bag. That's all I'm going to say. It might sound brutal, but it's true. Unleashing Phil Burnell onto the world is something that people have to, whoever the father is now, has to permanently atone to be honest. Oh, wow. Yo, okay, Silent Weapon already had a really great one, but Psycho... Plot twist: Melissa is the child and DSP was adopted. God damn. Yes, exactly. Buggy condom mechanics. That would be crazy. That would be really messed up if that was the case. That's on some like Ted Bundy shit. That would be on some Ted Bundy shit. Holy crap. That'd be wild. Damn. Holy shit, I really didn't mean to go this long. If that was the case, I would have definitely met all you guys over there with Agent Proper. I agree. That would have been that'd be a twist, certainly, or a twist ending worth watching. I agree, 100%. And see, here's the thing, though, too. Like, Phil has a really, I don't know if you guys perceive it, because he doesn't talk about Melissa very much. But when he does, he talks about her with a level of disdain. And that he doesn't care. Now, granted, let's be honest, Phil don't care about anybody. But with her in particular, there is a particular type of disdain there that would lead one to believe he certainly must have had some awkward feelings about her. And it'd be fair to say that, oh, he was the only child, and now you have this usurper. She's not a usurper, but you know what I mean. You have this usurper who came in and ended up getting all the attention, and then DSP got hand-me-down perfume so he could go ahead and give it to this nun, which is, Phil, you're going to a Catholic school. Phil, you're just a kid. Phil, if I could talk to Catholic school Phil right before he gave her that bottle of perfume, I'd have told him, hey, buddy, you and women having a positive relationship is not going to be in your future. I'm just going to leave it at that. Go in peace, my son. And when I mean my son, I don't mean my son. I mean is the religious term, my son. Don't turn this against me, chat. So let's be honest. That, like, his whole childhood is really weird. It's just really, really fucking weird. Holy shit. Melissa got the Wolverine toy. I didn't admit anything. I admitted to nothing. Nothing, chat. I didn't admit to anything at all. Holy shit. Phil's talking about COVID again? Why? He should just leave that alone. Last time, after he thought it was a nothing burger, I kind of just tuned out after that. Melissa married Howard. Holy shit. If Melissa married John, Phil would be heated. Phil would be heated if that was the case. I think she's older than Phil, though. Because when he was still just a little kid, when he was still a little kid, she was already in her teens. So Phil would be big mad if John married Melissa. That'd be hilarious. Actually, I did miss this, so let me scroll up for a minute. But did someone say that what if they were possibly step siblings? That would be crazy. Oh, he's walking it back as we speak. Not surprised. That's the most exercise Phil has done all day. Probably all week. I know. I thought someone had said it. I may have missed it, though. But no, I am not the father. Shit. Yeah, she's probably in her, early 40s? Because Phil's almost 40, Robert. So, I mean, don't be wrong. I agree with what you're saying. Like, there's probably only a few years between the two of them. Ultra plot twist when Melissa got with Panda and Phil is seething about it. Holy shit. Wow. The results are in. GTG, you are the father. Oh, no. So what do you do then? Like, what do I do at that point? Like, I have to admit that I let this deviled bacon spawn upon the world and shit? God damn, I have a lot to atone to. I would have to just stream every day. Even if it's only for like an hour. I would have to stream once a day. What's up, Aladdin? Happy New Year. I would have to stream once a day to try to atone for that, and still I wouldn't be able to do it. That's actually a great one, David, but just imagine in an alternate timeline where Panda leaves Phil for John. Like, imagine that timeline. Like, not that there was a falling out between Phil or John or anything like that, right? It's just as time went on, the two of them, became really, really close. And all of a sudden Panda's like, yeah, I like John better. You know what I'm saying? Or I think John's a better fit or whatever. How does that friendship survive? Like, how does that work out? Yeah, Phil would be hella confused. He would be so fucking confused if that happened. Oh my God. That right there would be an interesting timeline. Which goes back to this What If series that I was thinking about starting, where we take key moments in DSP's life and we just we swap them. Like, you know what I'm saying? We change it up a little bit and try to lay out an alternate timeline of it. Not necessarily alternative history or anything like that, but similar to like the Light Side Paul timeline, if you will. Like if DSP was actually successful, if DSP was actually a decent person, and like how his life would work out. I don't want to do that because one, DSP is not capable of any of that. So let's go ahead and actually make it fun. So what if, for example, on the many trips that DSP and John, the few trips that DSP, John, Howard, and Panda went on, what happens if, John and, let's reword that. What happens if Panda and Phil have an argument? John is coming up the stairs to their room or whatever. Panda comes out, upset. And he's like, oh, what happened? What's going on? Well, here, let's go out and get a burger or something. Let's go for a walk and let her vent. And as time goes on, she starts developing feelings for him. Like, Panda starts developing feelings for John and shit. Then you get into this whole rigmarole of where shit goes from there. Like, shit gets stupid. Like, shit gets really, really crazy. Or, there you go, yeah, if Phil ends up marrying Jenna instead of Kat. That gets silly, too. But in a lot of ways, though, too, I still think Phil's a homewrecker. Like, Phil kind of is the reason why Superman got screwed over. This is some kinky shit. That's rude. Oh, all right, let me dial that back. I'll dial it back. At least with Jenna, I think it would be more entertaining in that house, to be honest with you. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Having Harry and Lord go over there and spin the... Wait a second. He had taken the train out there a bunch of times. I know that for sure. But no, maybe he didn't. Yeah, I guess he never did spend the night over there. That would be crazy. Yeah, exactly. It'd be called DSP What If. That's exactly what I wanted to call it. I mean, I still probably will call it. But, you know what I'm saying? But, that'd be wild. Because you could go so many directions with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's open to anybody. Like, you could go so many different ways with that shit. Oh, if he ever got his Jax collection back, he eventually did, didn't he? I don't know if DSP ever played it, but no. Now I think about it, no. DSP probably never sent that damn thing back. Feels bad, man. Oh shit, there's Chio. Happy New Year. Feels bad, man. Holy shit. DS Possibilities, yeah, exactly. That's a good title, actually. But no, let's here, chat, since I have you here and we're still kind of brainstorming and we're having a good time, try not to get too kinky about it. You could, if you really look at what we know about DSP's life, you could literally take anything, any one scenario, and flip that shit all crazy. Like, you really, really could. Like, for example, if Kimberly Brinks, obviously we know that was all just a fake persona now, but what if pictures of DSP's house had came up on her timeline and shit, saying, oh, leaving my boyfriend's house for whatever, for the holidays and whatnot. I had a great time or whatever. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Jay? Like, just imagine where you could go with that type of shit. Like, that whole Escort saga could be cut open in such a way that'd be crazy. Would be crazy. Oh, what if Fred Fox actually came back successfully? The detractor community wouldn't look like the way it does. I can tell you that right now, for sure. The detractor community wouldn't look anything like the way it is. That's actually a very good one. That's a really, really good one. Those are the type. See, it's and that's the thing about your DSP, your DS possibilities or your DSP what ifs is that that's something that you could have a really good time collaborating with people about too. You know what I'm saying? So you could have multiple detractors go like, oh, well, since I'm already putting it out there, we could anybody could choose a topic like, and each month, you know what I'm saying, any detractor who would want to participate could go ahead and look at whatever the what if is for the month and then do a video on it. And someone could make a collaboration of it or make a collaboration of the detractors they like, yada, yada, yada. Every, different strokes for different folks. Stuff like that. And whatnot. So everybody can have their opinion on it. That would be crazy. Shit, what if Fred fucks his only iced coffee? What if Fred fucks is collaborating with fucking with Superhound? Like you could go anywhere with that shit. Go anywhere with it. If Phil, now actually another good one that Ann Lead had pointed out about if he stayed on Latveria, they would have finessed the fuck out of him. For Queen and Country, they'd have finessed the shit out of him. And I kind of wish they did. I kind of wish that they, at least for 30 days, or 60 days honestly, but I think it's 30. 30 days, they had DSP Gaming locked in. No, did he start with DSP Gaming or KO Gaming? God damn, there's so much lore around that time. Whichever one of his YouTube accounts that he signed up with them. I wish they were able to hold on to it for like 30 days or 60 days after SOK exposed the scenario. That'd have been crazy. That could have been crazy. Oh, I like that, David. What if Nancy actually had asked about WWE Champions? What if she had slipped and instead of saying WWE Network, she said WWE Champions? DSP would have shit himself. He would have shit himself. Or if he never got if he had never gotten the bankruptcy, I feel like all that rope we gave him, he might actually try to use it. I don't know how he would have gotten out of that. I don't know what he would have gotten out of it. What if Wings and DSP had partnered up and do a joint podcast? That would be dope. That would be kind of crazy, I think. You might be right. It might have been DSP Gaming. Like, there's so many different ways you could go about that shit. And that could be, and like I said, that's like, it's something that anybody could do solo or you could collaborate with people on. It would be, that's going to be fun. I'm definitely going to do it. But that's going to be fun. And like I said, everybody's going to have their opinion on it. Exactly. The Wings and Bacon podcast. What if he came out as gay? Nobody would be surprised by that, Aladdin, to be honest with you. I think very few people, if DSP came out as gay tomorrow, I think very few of you would be surprised. I think a lot of you would say right now you'd be blown away by it, but I think in actuality, most of you would not be surprised. I honestly think that. And I really think that most of you wouldn't be surprised by that. Not at all. I think a lot of people would support him, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people would support him for that. But I honestly think I think most people would not be surprised by it. They really wouldn't. Just like how when he got married, no one cared. If he came out as gay, I think most people wouldn't be surprised. I honestly feel like that. I think most people wouldn't. And I think that's, whether he's gay or not is still up for debate. But I think that he certainly he struggles. He struggles with who he is. And yet again, this goes back to what we said a little bit earlier about how he wants to be presented to people, or how he wants his perspective. He wants to impose that or imprint that on other people. I think when you look at something like homosexuality, I think he's scared of it. I think he's certainly very intimidated by it. And I think he'd have I don't think he's man enough to try to just accept it. I just don't think he has it in him. And because of that, you get more and more of this repressed, outlandish bullshit jokes that he does that only feeds back into the narrative. RuPaul? Holy shit, Sunspot, I almost... Oh, man. We almost... We could have almost had a problem with that. Oh, that's a good one right there, actually. That's a really good one right there, Omega. What if John was in the hospital instead of Leanna? Oh, that's a really good one. That's a really good one. Holy shit. Like if wherever John was working at the time, if Phil was on his contact list and they were like, hey, Phil, you know, your friend John is being taken to the hospital, yada, yada, yada. How would John reacted to that? That would have been, I mean, how would Phil have reacted to that? That would have been interesting. That would have been very, very interesting. Holy shit. Here's another one though, chat. What would life have been like if he never got fired from the helicopter company? Like, how do you think life would have been for him then? I'm not even saying that he moves up either. I'm not saying that he moves up in the company or anything like that. Fuck all that. I'm saying what would life be like if he actually just stayed at the helicopter company if he never got fired? You know what I'm saying? And then you get into some real fun ones, chat. Here, actually, let me grab something real quick, just so I kind of have it in the background, so there's not so much dead air on my part. What would have happened if he actually had won Evo, or if he actually won Evo that year? How would have that played out? He'd never let anybody live that down. I still think the FGC wouldn't care though. I honestly think no one would give a shit. I think, but he would have the opportunity to say that he was up there with the greats. I got the instrumental for that right there. We go. But I firmly believe though the FGC wouldn't care either which way. But at least he would have that. But I guess at least he would have that instead of the 4th place participation trophy that he has currently. Let me test this real quick. This might get loud, so excuse me for just a second. All right, just want to make sure I'm not too loud. If I am, let me know. But yeah, I feel like, but it's stuff like that. I mean, shoot, Paul, for the longest time, he didn't shut up about it. He defended, I swear to you, Paul, for as long as you've known me, especially, he defended that 4th place finish at Evo. He valued, not even defended, not just defended, he valued that 4th place finish at Evo, I think, more than he valued Panda. That's how much he loved that shit. And the fact that people were easily able to tear it down only reinforced in his mind that people were jealous of him. I think he cared about that 4th place finish more than he ever did about Panda. Ever. 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 I honestly believe that. I agree. He might have actually stayed. Well, here, that's actually a great point, Silent Weapon. So he probably would have stayed in Connecticut, yeah. But we do know that branch eventually moved down to Florida. So do you think he would have followed? Do you think he would have followed the job to Florida, or do you think he would have gone to whatever the next company that his father would have gone to? That's my question to you, because you brought up a very good one. That's a very good point. He may have stayed in Connecticut. I agree with you, Sunspot. He might have further tainted his father's reputation. What if Phil never got his AdSense banned? Oh, that's a great one. That's a great one, Jake. That's a very, very good one. He would have been laid off later. after YouTube. Oh, that's true. Actually, that's a great point. What if DSP would have never gone? Well, this goes back to something that I've said before. What if DSP never went to YouTube? What if? I mean, let's reword that. What if DSP never did YouTube full time? Let's say, and if he was at the helicopter company, he more than likely would have stayed at least for a little bit longer. Or let's reword that. Let's go ahead and let me scratch all that. What if he could never make money off of YouTube? How long do you think DSP would have stayed on? Let's see. Someone had another one here too. I think they said, what if Phil had actually married Panda? I know, so I'm pretty confident I saw that. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Sorry about that. I know I saw somebody say that, or something close to it. Oh shit. I'm really, really sorry. I know I saw someone say that, or they hinted at it. What if DSP had never tried it? He probably wouldn't have gout, to be honest. What if Phil never met Kat? Well, then that's a very interesting one. That's a oh shit. I'm sorry, the song ended. My bad. That's actually a very good one. So if you guys remember back towards the Escort back around this early part of the Escort saga, right, when everybody was like on the hunt to find out who was DSP's special lady, there was a couple of interesting women who came up in that. To be honest with you, I think so. Let's go back and reaffirm your question. What if DSP never met Kat? Some other vulnerable woman would have taken her place. Let's call a spade a spade. Another woman would have done it. Which is weird to say. It's weird to say, or to even think to some degree, that DSP could pull another woman. But at the same time, it's really not. So it's but I think honestly he would just pull another woman to take her place. That's my initial thoughts as I have to say it. So okay, so all right, cool. So Aladdin, you saw it. I knew I had seen it somewhere. What if Linda swallowed? We wouldn't have to worry about any of this. We wouldn't have to worry about any of this, to be honest with you. Either that or his father's pullout game needed to be better. Certainly. I think their marriage would have probably been happier. Let's see. No, Jasper. I like where you're going with that, but no. I honestly don't think there's anybody who's gonna make an expose on Phil except for Kat. Kat's the only one, honestly, that I think who'd be willing to do it. I think when Kat eventually, because it's not a matter of when. Actually, I'm on the right path with this. It's not a matter of when Kat leaves him. It's going to be a matter of why. That's really what it's going to come down to for her. But I do believe that when she does leave him, she'll air it all out. If the price is right, or if the notoriety is good enough, she will air him the fuck out. Absolutely. She will air him out. Especially if she can do it for a profit. She'll do it. When will Only Iced Coffee wear Phil as a skin suit? It rubs the lotion on its skin. It does it whenever it's towed. I don't know. It depends. What if he finally comes out of the closet? I think he'd be happier, honestly. I think he honestly would be happier with himself. I think he wouldn't be so sensitive. I don't think he'd be so sensitive to how people perceive him. Because he spends all day faking, right? To the point now where he doesn't even know who he is. That's why the Pignosis meme, quote unquote, is so funny. because a lot of the pignosis that goes on that side of the fence is self-induced. It's on himself. You know what I'm saying? It's really him doing it to himself. He spends more time trying to here's how it really works. Well, in my opinion, I should say. When as it pertains to pignosis, Phil is first is first putting it on himself. The second person he's putting it on is detractors. And the third, and the least important out of all of that, is putting it on his viewer base. DSP values detractors over his viewership, but he values himself over everybody. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. And so when, for example, earlier on in 2020, or last year, 2021, 2020, and even 2019, you had a small influx of people on QE Farms, for example, and even on Detractor or on DSP Reddit, who were, I don't want to come out and say defend Phil, but they were giving him the benefit of the doubt in certain situations or whatever. You clearly know that DSP knew that, because how he reacted a day or two after those situations happened. That's my initial thoughts. He had a pulse on all of that stuff. So at any time that any type of level of positivity or even just the benefit of the doubt that could be given to Phil, he was inflated a little bit, clearly. And if he could have gotten one major detractor on his side, I don't want to name anybody in particular, but if he could have just gotten one or two people on his side, he would be over the moon with it. I will name two people. I will name two fucking people. Matter of fact, I'm gonna name three. I'm gonna name three people. If DSP, for whatever reason, let's say something so heinous happened that someone went so far to try to get proof on DSP that anybody could feel uncomfortable with it. If let's say, it doesn't matter what it is, whatever, just something heinous or something that was just way too far. And I guess it depends on what detractor you're talking to, but I guess every detractor has a line that they feel is going too far. But let's say that line was stepped. And if Agent Proper of the DIA, big ups, if Ann Leet, big ups, and LSB, big ups, if those three came together and said, that was too far, that was bullshit, what is separating us from, the SOK or any other little gay ops that came up? DSP would probably react in the exact same way as Wings of Redemption did when Josh from Kiwi Farms did that video on essentially the troll community. DSP I think DSP would try to use that to his advantage as best he could. Abso-fucking-lutely. I bet money on it. I bet money on it. And here's the thing. In his pursuit to try to use them against that community, he would end up losing any favor with any one of those three. Honestly. Because just because somebody is sympathetic to you on this one particular subject does not change their overall opinion of you. Let me give you an example. Brittany Gates. You guys have all seen her content. Great content. She has a great mind for it. I think, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure there's a few of you in the chat that could probably reinforce this, or correct me on it, I should say. I can't remember if it was when the bank leaks came out, and she had said, hey, this, I don't agree with it. I think she said it on Twitter, that she said that I don't agree with this. This was too far, I think. I think it was the bank leaks when she said this, and she said that I can't remember if she said she was gonna quit making content or if she was gonna step away from it. I can't remember which one. But when that happened, I understood it. I understood what she meant and how she felt about it or whatever. My thing is, like I said, I can't remember exactly how she worded it. If you're gonna step away, then step away. If you're going to take a break from this because you don't agree with what's going on, then take a break from it and do that. The concept of people saying that I'm just going to quit, I'm done, I'm out, is extremely unlikely, given that a lot of people throughout detractor lore detractor history have done that, and they almost always come back, just in the exact same way as you have pay pigs who say, I'm done with DSP, I'm walking away, I can't do this anymore, I've hit my moral compass, and then they eventually come back. It's just like that. I understand that what may have been too far for a lot of people, right? And I get that 100%. But to say that you're going to quit is rash, to be honest with you, because this one situation doesn't change your overall opinion on Phil. So using Britney as my example, if Britney makes content that, at least I believe, that she does genuinely want to help Phil. She does genuinely want to see him do well, right? So that one situation shouldn't have been enough for that scenario to play out. Now, granted, like I said, keep in mind, I can't remember if she said she was just going to step away from the content for a little bit, or if she was going to stop making it. I can't remember exactly which one. But let's say she did say, I'm not going to do DSP content or whatever. That right there was rash. That was very, very rash. And now that I've kind of brought this up, yeah, the bank leaks were definitely. I don't want to see anybody get arrested to prove that Phil's a piece of shit or Phil's a liar. That right there, but that's all. That, at least for me, it wasn't like a moral type thing, if you will. Like, oh well, you know, we've gone too far with DSP. I feel like it's not worth you going to jail for that piece of garbage. That's what it comes down to. You making videos or you being in detractor circles or whatever is one thing. But for you to put your freedom potentially on the line for DSP that shouldn't even be a question. So, you know, so that's my initial thoughts, I should say. Okay, cool. So Chio, she was talking about taking a break. All right, fair enough. Okay, because I couldn't remember if it was one of the two. And like I said, I can understand her point where she felt like that was too far, or it was too far for her, at least at that particular moment. You know what I'm saying? I get that, but it's very naive to believe that you're gonna walk away from just because of that situation. I feel like that's not necessarily warranted, because like I said, everybody has a. I'm sure, I don't know if we just haven't hit that threshold yet, but nothing that has happened to DSP, I think, is enough for people to walk away from it. I just don't think we've hit that threshold yet. Maybe we never will, to be honest. Maybe it's possible that we never will. Yeah, it's been said. It's been said that detractors have given DSP money, but I don't know any of them in particular. Hope you're having a good New Year's as well, Pope. Yeah, I agree with that 100%, Chio. Like, once you're like, at least for me anyway, I'm in there for the long haul. That doesn't necessarily mean I'll be making content from until his very end, but I'm certainly gonna watch it. Like, you kind of have to see him. You have to see it through to the end, I think. But I'm not saying that that's for everybody, because it's not. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people are here just for kind of the entertaining stuff, and then they're up and out, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? And especially over the last year or so, he's been ridiculously boring. I can understand why people would have felt the need to step away from it. And I could also understand why you have more detractors kind of branching out. You know what I mean? Because like I said, Cobra, like, there's Wings, obviously there's Low Tier God. But Cobra is, for me anyway, Cobra is a whole nother thing in itself. And that I don't know if you call them detractors or trolls or whatever, but that base that's around Cobra is, that's a unique group in itself. And there really is no bullshit that kind of goes on over there. It really isn't. It's really on some wild shit. These people would live stream from his funeral. Actually, no. I can honestly tell you, I wouldn't live stream at his funeral. I wouldn't do that. That's kind of that's kind of rough, to be honest with you. I would definitely, once I get home though, I would definitely tell you about the situation though. I'd definitely tell you about it. When did I start doing DSP content? 2017, I think. August or September of 2017. I think one of the first videos I did was maybe when he got hacked, I think, was one of the first videos I think I did on him. I think one of the videos that I guess you could say got me noticed was the Panda Lee video that I did. I can't remember if she had already left. Maybe she had already left, and I was theorizing, would she come back? Something along those lines. Something along those lines. Damn, I haven't thought about that. I haven't thought about that in a really long time. Shit. I haven't thought about that for a really long time. Cause I think when I started, I think I did a little bit of lore at the same time too. So I was bouncing back and forth in between the timeline, if you will, where I was doing some current stuff and then I was doing some of his older stuff, because his older stuff was a gold mine. And I was always of the mindset that if I had a better understanding of his past, I could have a better understanding of his present. And that right there kind of gives you better insight into his future. But I could also see how that might have been jarring for people who were watching that back then. And but I stuck to that for quite a bit. And then that's when I ended up starting DSP News. And right around that time was when I think the Escort Saga happened. Or right before, I think is when I started, but then the Escort Saga happened. And that's when shit got crazy. Like, that shit got ridiculous. Like, every day there was something new going on. That shit was stupid. That was stupid. Yeah, that was my first song, Never See It Coming. I love that song. I'll put that back in rotation. But yeah, like the Escort Saga was silly. Because like just about every detractor who was known at that time was active, if you will. Even if they weren't making videos, they were like talking about it. And so it gave you a chance to talk to people who you respected or whose content that you really enjoyed. It gave you a chance to actually get to talk to those people and pick their brain about stuff and whatnot. And it was cool getting to speak to a lot of people and getting a lot of insight and getting a lot of understanding of what makes people tick and whatnot. And not just the people who were making content, but just the people that were on Detractor Twitter. There are some very, very insightful people up there. And there's a lot of people up there who know a lot of fucking lore and shit. And I was fortunate enough, as I'm sure a lot of people were, to get the chance to speak to some of those people. And I'm very, very grateful for that. There was a lot of really, really cool people and shit that I got a chance to speak to and whatnot. Most of them are not really active like that anymore. But and it was kind of cool just kind of getting to see my quote unquote class or generation get a chance to come up. You know what I'm saying? It was really, really crazy. You know what I'm saying? I remember like being like having DMs and shit with like Mighty D like a lot. I talked to him quite a bit around that time. I was talking to James DeLester quite a bit at that time. I was speaking to a lot of guys. I was speaking to a lot of people about a lot of different stuff, man. And it was wild keeping up with that shit. Like I remember the first time Kimberly Brinks either showed up under my video or she DM'd me on Twitter. I can't remember which one it was now. I remember when that happened. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that was nuts. Cause at that time it was like I was already like on the fence on whether it was real or not. And so when she started to kind of like start to reach out to people and was trying to get her story out, she did it right. I will say that. I will say Kimberly Brinks did it, the persona I should say. She did it right when she was trying to get her point across with Phil. She knew exactly who to go to. She knew like Brenda, which is who the real person was, and her husband, they had a firm grasp on the detractor community at that time and who to talk to and who was putting out like content or whatever and who to speak to and all this. She had a very, they had a very good grasp on that. It was really, really wild, to be honest with you. Which makes me even more... You just don't get... How do I word this? You can get a lot of that information from observation, obviously. Most people are more observant than others, certainly. Because you can watch 10 detractor videos and pick up 10 different things that the first guy didn't have, or the first woman didn't have, whatever the case may be. But with them, they had to have someone else. I've always felt like there was someone else giving them or helping them with a lot of that information. I have no clue who or any of that shit, but early on, like, you don't play around with a timeline like that and not know what the fuck's going on. Let me explain a little bit more, if I could. When you go back and you look at the Kimberly Brinks timeline, especially as it coordinates with what DSP was saying about his girlfriend coming and going and all of this, and coordinating with with different events and stuff that was going on, it would have been very, very difficult for someone to be able to break a timeline to fit yourself into DSP's timeline like that, because she was beating him in most of those posts by an hour or two. It's just, it was difficult to kind of put two and two together with that. Not to say it's any more difficult. It's difficult now. I mean, I think now there's a firm grasp on it, but it was just really weird. There's a lot of happenstances that happened with that shit that still don't sit right with me. One of the big things, and I'll save that for when we eventually go over the Escort saga as a whole, because I want to go over the whole shit, is how did the Medicare tweets slip by everybody? And by myself included, so don't be wrong. So I'm not, shitting on anybody, because I have no right to. It's just the Medicare tweets, that right there always caught me off guard, because, what I'm saying? Like, most detractors follow Medicare. Or most of the people who follow Medicare, fuck with detractor content. So I never understood how that slipped, how that just kind of fell through the cracks like that. That never made any sense. And Medicare had that shit beaten out by a month, by like a goddamn month. How does that work? I never understood that. But yeah, I think I'd say the Escort saga was like the first big saga. I think that was my first big saga. Absolutely. That was kind of like my breakout series, if you will. If you think about it. And like I said, I don't think anything's gonna ever top that. You're never gonna get, you're never gonna get that moment with DSP again. I don't think. That's gonna be, to get something like that, I don't think that's gonna happen. Not at all. The only thing that would even match that for me, to be honest, outside of Panda, outside of Panda coming out with a tell-all, or John letting everything out, is if, like, for whatever reason, Phil's parents decided to come out online and try to actually defend their son and say that, hey, I'm tired of how you guys treat him, yada yada yada, you don't know anything about him, you don't understand him, why do you guys feel the need to do this? Something like that. Because that's going to be a tough one. Because what does Phil do at that point? Does Phil be a man and say, no, hey, mom and dad, snort, you guys don't have to get into this, I'll handle this, I don't need you involved? Or does he hide behind them? And does his father just say simplify and come up there to the front line and take everything that comes with that? That's going to be rough. That's going to be hard. Because there's so much ammunition out there that his father would be presented with, that how do you try to refute any of that? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. I don't know if that could happen. And you're right, Pope. The only thing, and this is the thing that people still kind of hold on to, the only discrepancy out of that whole thing is that Kimberly Brinks didn't exist. There was no Escort, if you will. It was Cat. But here's the problem within that, if you will. he was still paying for a person to come out and see him. I'm not saying that she wasn't a gold digger, but I'm also not saying that she wasn't necessarily being paid for companionship. I don't know what y'all want to call that, but if a hoe be a hoe, especially since she had a man. She was living with that dude. She was living with Subaru Man. And then here, let's go on. Let me give you guys some old lore that falls into some new lore. She was still in a relationship living with Subaru Man, right? So while Phil was texting her, because remember, Phil has admitted this, hey, I never text Kat at all the whole time we were dating. I didn't text her. I never called her. I only text her. I don't understand what the big problem is. And that's why I don't understand why John's mad at me, because I still have the same phone number. So if John wants to reach out to me, he can reach out to me. That right there was the smoking gun that ended up getting DSP fucked up when it came to that whole WWE champion situation. When he said that he still had the same phone number that could be, corroborated, that could be confirmed, that James the Lesser called and then ended up getting linked to to that other phone app and all that nonsense. But let's jump back though. That's what the semi-current shit is. Let's go back. When he's saying that, hey, I was texting her the whole time and I don't see what the big deal was, yada yada yada, she was still sleeping with Subaru Man. So Subaru Man was still dicking her down when she's sitting here making her exit plan with Phil. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't his, you sharing that. And then you're flying her back and forth. You're flying her back and forth, you know what I'm saying, from Detroit to Washington State. What was the excuse she was giving Superman for leaving the country? Or not leaving the country, sorry. For leaving the state. Most of Kat's family lived there. So what was her reason for all of a sudden needing to leave the state? Or maybe she didn't leave the state. Or maybe she didn't tell him she was leaving the state. Maybe she said she was going to her mother's or whatever, and then, she had a friend of hers or someone drive her to the airport to take the flight over. And that's another thing too. Like, she's not going to take Subaru Man's car to the airport and leave it there for a couple days while she's visiting Phil. So who dropped her off at the airport? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many little things and shit that it makes me wonder what Subaru Man knew and what he didn't know. Like, that, there's so much shit that doesn't make any sense with that scenario. You know what I'm saying? That shit's crazy. That's so crazy. And like I said, he had flown her out multiple times. What, you think he really flew her out so she could make him cookies and brownies and shit, and there wasn't no panty time at all? And maybe there weren't. Maybe there wasn't no panty time. Maybe he was literally flying her out just so they could talk about, hey, this is where I live. Hey, this is this house. Hey, there's my car. Hey, this is the city we live in. This could all be yours. You know what I'm saying? Who could say what the dynamics of what, of what started this, not even a relationship, but this arrangement? We don't know. But my thing is, to sit there and say DSP wins that is just because there was no Escort is just not true. And then the concept that, oh, well, look, Kiwi Farms dropped the ball. You had a persona who was all over the place. They were on YouTube, they were on Twitter, they were on Kiwi Farms. You know what I'm saying? And there were people behind the scenes trying to deduce if she was telling the truth or not. But she had all of this information. She was saying all the shit. That shit was captivating as fuck. You know what I'm saying? You can call me whatever you want to call me, but I was reading that shit every day and shit. Like, that was my favorite fucking soap opera and shit. That was like, you know what I'm saying? That was like Cell Saga for DSP and shit. That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. That month and a half or whatever it was insane. I was on that shit religiously. You know what I'm saying? But to sit there and say, oh, we have to give DSP the win, or DSP gets the win because Kimberly, it wasn't an Escort, it was Kat, is bullshit. You can't, not that you can't, you can do whatever you want, but that's bullshit. You don't get to wipe that to the side. And then keep in mind, Kimberly Brinks was a persona for some catfishing bullshit that was out there. You can thank Medicare for that. So even if you just wanted to say there was no escort, yada, 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 then how do you place Catherine in that? What do we call Catherine then, if you will? Like, come on, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's not even about who wins or loses. It's not worth it. It's just, what the fuck? You can't just let that slide. We can't just let that go. So, you know, but it's kind of fighting a losing battle, so to speak, I guess. It wasn't an escort, it was a cat. Fair enough, Pope. So that shit is... That shit's crazy, man. Thanks for coming out, Chio. And thanks for everybody for coming out. Like I said, hopefully you guys have a good day. I was using his perspective. No, I feel you on that. But like I said, that whole shit was silly. That whole shit was silly. I mean, and like I said, there's no point in trying to essentially fight that now. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Take it easy. Like I said, thanks for coming out. But I don't think, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how you could just take that as a loss just because it wasn't an escort. You know what I'm saying? You were still paying this woman to come out there and see you, and she may or may not have done some things to you. Do you really think she did it because she liked you? You were paying all of her expenses. You were having her lay into this big ass house and whatnot. You're taking her out to buy you decorations and costumes and make meals and shit like that. Like, let's be honest. Like, so, I don't know. I think that's always funny, though. But you can't win no matter how you decide to go about that. So. Oh, yeah, instead of paying his taxes. And then if you go back into that, all of this money that was supposed to go to taxes, it literally was used to move Catherine in. Well, it was used to fly her back and forth and to move her in. What about that part? What about that scenario? You know what I'm saying? We forget about all that too, which is one of the biggest con games ever. And you can't tell me that any of his mods around that time period didn't think about putting two and two together and was like, hey, you said you're trying to collect all this money to save your house. Remember that, chat. You're supposed to be collecting all this money to save the house, but how do you have the money to fly Catherine, or not even Catherine, because we didn't know that yet, to fly your girlfriend out? How does that happen? Like, where did that money come from? And keep in mind, he was begging for tax money, throughout December up till January? Because in February, I think he was trying to do a fundraiser, which ended up getting him slapped. It was in January or February. He ended up getting slapped from Twitch because he was trying to do a fundraiser for bits or whatever that bullshit was. Like, that whole shit is just... It's one of those things I can't wait to go back to. I can't wait to revisit the Escort saga all over again. Holy shit. And I know there's so much in retrospective that I've missed, for sure. So I can't wait to actually go back and go over that shit. Because even if I miss something, most of you will catch it. So. Yes, it was. We found out that you're absolutely right, actually, yes. That's because that was the same year, 2017, when he told us that he had something really bad actually, matter of fact, let's go ahead and go to the beginning of it. He does a video either in August or September of 2017 saying, hey guys, I've got something really bad going on and I want to tell you guys, but I can't. But I got something really, really bad going on behind the scenes and I don't know what to do. I don't see a clear way out or a clear path or anything, but I'm in some real trouble. And I don't want to talk about it because I know it's going to hurt me. I know it will hurt me. People will use this to hurt me if I tell you. But I just need to let you guys know that I'm in really bad shape right now. And one of the rare occurrences, I should say, let me add this in. He said, I'm not asking you guys for money. I just need, he either said moral or emotional support. Some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Take that shit to divorce court, motherfucker. Some silly shit like that. And he's like, I just need people to be nice to me. That's all. I really just need people to be nice to me. And let me continue with this nonsense. And even with that, I have a lot of positive things going on behind the scenes. Like things are kind of really coming together for me. But I'm dealing with this thing, and I've been dealing with it for the last couple months, and we'll see how it goes. But I just really need people to just be nice to me. You know, you guys have already been really, really supportive, but I just really need you guys to be nice to me. Now, you jump ahead, and when he did that video, people from the hop said IRS. Immediately, they said that shit. Immediately, they were like, it's fucking taxes. And this motherfucker right here was like, no, they don't know what they're talking about. It's not that. Oh, no. It's not this. It's not that. It's not this. It's not that. Come to find out, it was taxes. It was state and business occupation tax. He hadn't been paying that shit for 3 years, basically since he got there. And he thought he was going to skirt along without having to deal with it. So, and this is the interesting part. So he says that, hey, I need your guys' help to pay these taxes right around the time that Catherine first ends up showing up to the pig pen, to the snort fort, if you will. Right around the first time she started to play Snort of Thrones is right around the time we need to get this tax money. And then after that, with every other subsequent visit that followed that up, more and more of that tax money needs to get raised. You know what I'm saying? So he's sitting here trying to keep the snort fort together, right? And trying to hold the North, if you will. Yeah, hold the North, fuck it. Trying to hold the North. And yet at the same time, he's courting somebody else's princess and shit and trying to get her up and out of that kingdom over to him and whatnot. And it's really, really fucked up. And he's got all of these pay pigs out here trying to front line and shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to defend him and whatnot, knowing damn well that he's screwing them on taxes anyway. And he's fucking them over on moral support because he's so fucked up. And then keep in mind, this is at the same time, around the same period, you got the situation with, what's homie's name? Fuck. I'm mad that I can't think of his name at the moment. Oh my god. He ends up getting mad at homeboy for not being able to make meals for himself. Hold on a second. Let me take a quick fucking look. Because I'm really, really mad I can't think of this guy's name right at the moment. Let me take just a quick look. I am really, really mad that I can't think of that. Let me go to a quick video because I know I'll find it that way. I am really, really upset that I can't think of that guy's name right now. I am really, really mad. And I'm going to look up at the chat in a minute and I'm going to already see that a bunch of people have it. War Dog Leader. That's his name. And just as I said, I looked up in the chat and there he goes. War Dog Leader. My apologies. My apologies to War Dog Leader for that. Then you have that situation with War Dog Leader. And the situation that ends up... what ends up fucking coming out of that nonsense that didn't need to happen. So now you have that shit that came about. Like... It was just a constant clusterfuck around that time. Absolutely fucking constant. Constant. You know what I'm saying? It was a fucking mess. And then he was showing up late to streams. He was drinking crazy and shit. Big up, Psycho. Thanks for coming by, man. Like I said, have a good day. He was drinking all crazy. He was showing up late to streams and shit. He was hung the fuck over. He looked like absolute trash. I'm sure he smelled like it, given what he told us about the blanket that he tried to wash multiple times, but he couldn't wash it, get the smell out of it, which is even more ironic because right around the same time, chat, we were learning how to use the washing machine for the first time. 35 fucking years old, right? And we're learning how to use the washing machine for the first time. You know what I'm saying? We're forced to become an adult, right? Even though he was treating Panda like the child, he was the one that was really having to learn how to be an adult, learning how to fucking wash clothes at 35, learning how to cook meals for himself and shit. Just like War Dog Leader said, you can't do, you know what I'm saying, some eggs. You can't do some toast and cheese. You can't do anything basic because, let's be honest, DSP is a basic bitch to the most basic of levels. But no. But then he has to sit here and fucking lie on War Dog. I don't even want to get into that. I don't want to get into that right now. But then he sits there and shits on War Dog Leader for an actual loss that DSP cannot compare to, right? Because he knows deep fucking down, big up Super Crazy. He knows deep fucking down that what he's saying was absolutely crazy. DSP knew what he was saying was absolutely crazy, bitching about not being able to make meals for yourself. That's insane. That's fucking insane. And whatnot. He was fucking crazy. Like the moment Panda left his ass and he had to be a man, and I use that term loosely, had to be a man for himself, his whole life fell apart. His whole fucking life fell apart. And he was desperate to get somebody. And Catherine was literally right place, right time. Oh, yo, I appreciate it, man. Stay safe out. Yo, I'm trying to stay safe out in these Galtopian streets. I'm not even out here yet. I haven't even came outside yet. I haven't even seen nobody yet. I'm just chilling. But I feel you on that. Big ups. Yeah, that whole 2017 year was insane. It was insane. And yeah, and then it was either WWE Champions or Supercard. He was probably coping with that too. It was ridiculous. Like that's for me. That was DSP's golden age of detractor content, was 2017. And then just to not to cap it off, because we can go further if you like, the biggest thing that really ended up becoming a shitstorm for Phil is when he was trying to take detractor content down around that same time. What's up, Green Lobster? Where he was because I promise you, chat, I promise you, I'm not sure if Snort Purnell would remember, it was 2017, I'm sure they moved on from it, but there are at least 5 fucking videos that Snort Purnell did around this time period, it had to have been between August of 2017 and like February of 2018 that DSP got taken down for whatever reason. There's at least 5 of those fucking videos that we may never get again, and out of all of the shit that was coming out on Phil at that time, he chose those 5 videos. Come on, bro. Like, come on. Think about that. 5 videos. And that's just what I know for sure. So, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, what's up, Goji? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I missed y'all too. So, 2018 was crazy. Super crazy. Yeah, and then, there you go. Then Snort Purnell had to open up a second channel. Absolutely. Let's see who ended up. It was Secret Life for sure. They tried to go after Secret Life, Snort Purnell. Who else? I'm not sure about me in particular, but I know there was at least a few other detractors though, who they were going after at that time. Like they were going after Secret Life for the top 10 worst moments of DSP. The top 10 worst moments. He definitely wanted that taken down because the Kimberly Brink stuff was in that and whatnot. He wanted that taken down bad, real bad. he was super bad about that. Super bad. He was, oh man, DSP was hella pissed off about that shit. Super pissed off about that shit. Super bad about that shit. Just super bad about that. Holy fuck. No, I have not seen Secret Life's 2021 yet. Not at all. I do. It's my understanding though that there is an alteration between the original video that he put up and the one that's out now. Does anybody know that? Could anybody? Not that it's a spoiler. Do what you got to do because I'm asking. But does anybody know if there was a difference between the two? Like, was it like an aesthetic type thing that maybe he just wanted to change, or did something get added in, or did something get taken away? Just out of curiosity. All right, well, no worries. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's something I can definitely take a look at, though. Certainly. I will definitely take a look at that. Because, like I said, I think himself and Ludwig ended up doing one. I hear Ludwig's is funny. I hear Ludwig's is really, really funny. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh, also, now that I'm talking about it, I think Call of Duty, they have a top 10 moments too. So there's like 3 of them. So we got a lot to watch. What do I think the next big DSP arc is going to be? It has to be like a health arc. Whether it's his, whether it's Catherine's, or it's Jasper's. It has to be one of the 3. To be honest. I think that's the next big arc. To be honest with you. Because I'm not going to say that we've completely run the gambit on what you can and what could and could not be done to DSP at this point. But let's be honest, his health is deteriorating right in front of us. So that's what. Actually, yes. This Call of Duty has a top 10 moments out too. They most certainly do. I haven't had a chance to see it yet though, but they most certainly do. And if anything, if I remember correctly, they broke their top 10 moments up into parts, and then they eventually ended up putting it all together into one large video. So by far. Actually, that's a great point. The mid-first could still be a thing. You said midlife crisis, but mid-first is also a thing I'm looking forward to too. I don't think that's going to be a big arc, but it's going to bleed into something else. Because if the mid-first thing goes south, DSP's health is going to take a hit. It's going to take a real big hit. And yes, the marriage chargeback saga. That could be a thing, certainly. Because as it pertains to Catherine, and I've said this before, she's a survivor, if nothing else. And a woman needs security in the exact same way that a man needs an approval, if you will. So when she's ready to step out of there, she's going to make sure that she's in the best possible shape when she do. She's definitely walking away with half. she's definitely walking away with half. And because of that bankruptcy, she's going to walk away with a little bit more than maybe she was going to initially walk away with beforehand. The question is, would DSP be so spiteful that he will squander everything before he gives up anything? That's the real question. And in a lot of ways, and run with me on this chat, think about all the years that he bled his parents for money, right? So, and I'm of the theory, and I'm not sure if everybody's of it, but it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm of the theory that he has squandered a very good portion of his inheritance. Does DSP not come across to you as someone who would try to bleed them for as much as he could, just so his cousin Melissa doesn't get anything? Because let's be honest, his parents raised Melissa, so she's just as much as entitled to a piece of that inheritance as he is. So if I was DSP, and if DSP being DSP, he would squander as much of that as he could. I absolutely believe that 100%. I absolutely fucking believe that. So with that being said, when it comes to Catherine, I wouldn't be surprised if my man goes ahead and hangs himself to make sure she can't take anything from him. And the only thing he really has of value anyway is the equity in his home. That's the only thing he has of value. It's the only fucking thing. And even then, with all the money that he's made, instead of making extra payments on that home so he can eventually, pay it down quicker, which he's in a prime position to do so, he's still not going to do that. Think about all the money, chat, that he's wasted on WWE champions over the years. And just imagine if he took just half of that and applied that to his mortgage. Just thrown that money over there. Just imagine what kind of position he could have been in. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine where he could have been at with that shit. Just imagine if him and Panda were still together, and he took some of that money and used it to send her back to school. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine where that could have gone. If he wants to sit on his ass and play video games all day and be a slob, fine. But Jesus Christ, you can at least go ahead and get her ass into a fucking nice suit and shit and possibly get her out there working and whatnot. There are plenty of very, very attractive and very smart businesswomen who are married to pieces of utter fucking trash. And ironically enough, most of those women are okay with it. They're okay with the fact that they know that their husbands are fucking so financially dependent on them that they're not gonna really be able to do much without them. Why? Don't know. But you know what I'm saying? I understand women wanting to have power, but not like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would think you'd want someone who could pull their weight, but it varies from person to person. Well, see, yeah, you're right. He's an absolute fucking addict, for sure. DSP is the textbook definition of, you know what I'm saying, money doesn't have any owners. It only has spenders. He's the textbook definition of that shit. What was it that he said about I remember doing a video on this, I think, when he said it, about the whole what the fuck is this shit that he said he learned in Catholic school? That's absolutely just retarded. I'm sorry, but it is. Just, I'm sorry, but not sorry. It's absolutely retarded that he said that shit. The whole thing about rainy day fund or rainy day money, whatever. That nonsense. That made no sense when he said that. But that right there, I think, in a lot of ways, exposes DSP's frame of mind. Yeah, it was the rainy day. Thank you. It was the rainy day fund. That shit right there. When he said, "Oh, you save money." You take money that you couldn't spend in one place to go ahead and spend somewhere else. That right there in itself goes ahead and defines DSP's whole existence as it pertains to money. He doesn't look at money as something that should be saved and that could be used to invest and grow later on down the line to think about your later years. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Money is to be made to be spent, period. Nothing else exists. As long as you still have money in, or money coming in, you're gonna be fine. Now, there's a fundamental problem with that. In that, no matter how much money you have coming in, you're going to attempt to try to spend it as quickly as you get it because it's so much money that you think it'll never go away or it'll never stop or whatever the case may be. That's what happened with Machinima. That's why when he was making $200,000 plus a year and shit, and that shit dwindled and whatever, he still never curbed his lifestyle. He may have been forced to buy less or go out to certain places less, but at the end of the day, he still never really gave up on the lifestyle as long as the money kept coming in. Only thing that happened with ad revenue is ad revenue got replaced with begging, and he's always begged. Whether it was for viewership, whether it was money for his PayPal and whatnot for shout outs, whatever the hell you want to call it, it was still begging. You know what I'm saying? Or at least the way he was implementing it, it was still begging. Because he has such a disruptive and obviously just very toxic relationship with money, he doesn't see no appreciation in it. And so current DSP is constantly fucking over future DSP. And past DSP belongs to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. And that's why DSP's fucked all around. So let me go ahead and give you guys an analogy. So as you guys who have been following me for any period of time, there's the golden trifecta over here, which is the gout, the doubt, and the snout, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and take that analogy and go ahead and print it to what I'm doing right now. Current Phil is fucked up, but current Phil feels like he's still okay because he can push his problems to future Phil. Future Phil is going to stay fucked up, but he can go ahead and use present Phil's mistakes and misgivings and short-sightedness to try to continue to limp forward and keep prospering. Past DSP is the one who really catches the short end of the fucking stick. Because one, he's the one who has to live with all the mistakes. He's the one who's going to get ragged on by detractors. And more importantly, he's the one that the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and everybody else who likes to laugh, go back to bring up new lore that gets all these viewership and brings up those wounds, right? Or opens up those wounds that he thought were closed. That's how the trifecta of DSP essentially works. There is always going to be one Phil that's going to fuck another Phil, and someone else is going to end up having to get the short end of the stick of it. And it's always going to be his past, which is ironic, chat, because most of you guys might be on my wavelength with this. it's ironic because past Phil is supposedly supposed to represent Phil's successes. It's supposed to represent when he was popular, when he was relevant, when he was a somebody. You know what I'm saying? But in actuality, he has doomed his past, his legacy, more so than any other detractor ever could. And he don't see it because he is an addict. We think that he has a gambling problem. Not that we think he does, but he really has a spending problem. He has a spending problem. He has a gambling problem. He has a drinking problem. And more importantly than that, and even more devastating in a lot of ways, he has a Phil problem. He cannot get over himself. He's a mark for himself. Every time he wakes up and he goes into his mirror, despite the fact that he's not brushing his teeth, despite the fact that he's not shaving, despite the fact that he's not even washing his face, he sees himself as the man that he should be, instead of doing what needs to be done to bring himself to being that man, or being who he thinks he should be. He's not willing to put in that work. He has the vision, right? He has the image that he wants, but he's not willing to obtain it. So when you look at people during the pandemic, for example, right, who were locked in, didn't have shit to do or whatever, one of the more natural things to do is either A, you're going to eat yourself crazy, or B, you're going to fucking work out. You're going to try to make yourself a better man given the time that is now presented to you, or woman, or whatever. But you're not thinking about, oh, I need to be a better person. You're looking at, how do I spend this time? How do I do something with my time? After, what does it take? 27, 28 days to make something into a habit? Now, after like 2 or 3 months, now you're in really good shape, or you're in better shape. Now you're getting up and you feel different. You move different. You have a different type of motivation. Every time you look at the mirror, you still see you before these 3 or 4 months, but who you really are has changed fundamentally. And most people don't see that until they're at some type of result that they can't ignore, which is usually when someone else points out, hey, you look really fucking good. Hey, you ain't lost a lot of weight. Hey, you ain't bulked up a little bit, homie. Oh shit, you lifting now? It's shit like that is how people kind of see themselves at the day to day. You don't really see the changes until someone else points it out. For DSP, he already sees himself as great. So he doesn't see a need to change. He looks at the people who are already watching him on a day-to-day basis. They already love him, quote unquote. Look at Jax fucking giving off money that should be going to a fucking car that should be trying to go and better himself. Shit like that. He knows these people already give a shit about him, so he doesn't care how he shows up. So he can show up in his piss-stained pajamas and it don't mean nothing. He can show up in a shirt that he's worn probably a day or two before and hasn't been washed yet, and no one gives a shit. He can show up unshaven and with the greasy fucking hair and shit, and no one cares because he has already indoctrinated them with an image of who he wants to be seen as. You know what I'm saying? But here's the problem. What about the rest of the world? Let's go ahead and take you out of that bubble for a minute and bring you back to reality for a second. What is it that everybody else sees? Do you not understand why people don't find you appealing? Or your content appealing, I should say. Do you understand why people look at you like you're a fucking slob? Do you understand why people look at you as some has-been, old, washed up nobody that's never gonna be nothing, and you're holding on to an image that never really existed? Does he see that? And the answer is kind of like a yes and a no. It's kind of a yes or a no. It's very hard for you to go ahead and sit down and look at your shortcomings and then actually want to do something about it. But if the world, if society is all fucked up and has put you in this position, right? It's easier to cope with that. It's easier to keep moving off of that. So, and that's where he's at. To be honest with you, the way DSP does anything is usually the way he does everything. And this isn't anything new. This is something he's been doing for years. You know what I'm saying? He'll never change. He'll never change because he doesn't want to, first off. It's too hard to change. It would require you to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like when Panda was in the next bedroom and shit, wearing whatever little nightie or whatever she had, and she ready for the business, he walk in there, he sees that someone wants something from him, and he's immediately turned off. And I'm pretty confident that's what happened. I'm pretty fucking confident that's what the situation was. Does it make any sense? Not necessarily, I guess. But that's just what he is. Holy shit. And then he gets mad that people make fun of him for it. I mean, at least Wings is honest. Low testosterone, whatever you want to call that shit. But for DSP, he always looked at himself as some type of machismo, macho type dude. And you're the least from it. You're the least from it. And honestly, and I've said this, that YouTube is one of the worst things that ever happened to him. But to be honest with you, a good ass kicking would have probably fixed a lot of this shit. Either A, he would have been way more conniving, because he's definitely vindictive. That's why he holds on to so many grudges. But if he was a little bit more conniving, he might actually try to act on those things. An ass beating would straighten him up. One of the two. And don't get me wrong, violence doesn't fix everything. But in DSP's case, you see what a good ass whooping didn't do. And I don't mean just from anybody in the outside world, apparently, but look at just his parents in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, the stern talking tos and everything didn't work with him. All it did was reinforce a negative behavior that he knew was wrong, but if he's not being disciplined for it, it gave him even more reason to move on it. And that's what it came down to. That's why he can reminisce about all the times Melissa fucked up and how she got grounded and how she got this and how she got that. But when it comes down to the shit that he's done, oh, they were unfair. Oh, I was growing up and I wanted to be my own man and I don't understand why they were trying to hold me back. That's where the disconnect comes into play. And it's not something that, it's that type of behavior. It makes him so pathetic that people feel the need to defend him. It makes people want to. And how do I describe this to you? It makes people want to protect him. Let me give you an example. So, we had a friend over once. We had a friend over, and she was listening to one of my broadcasts or whatever the case may be. And afterwards, we went out for drinks or some shit like that. And I remember she turned around and looked at me, and she was like, "Does it get worse?" And I don't know. I must have been on my third drink at that time, so I was like, "Huh?" I was like, wait, what? Like, what do you mean does it get worse? Like, what? I'm not that bad of a person. And she's like, no. She's like, this guy, does he get worse? Is there more to him than this? I was like, there's a lot more to him. Like, how much time do you have? And the more and more I was kind of telling her about this, I'm intoxicating her, if you will, with all of this, the more and more she felt sorry for him. Not sorry enough to have me to be like, hey, maybe you should stop making videos on him. But she was like, I didn't think someone this pathetic could exist. And keep in mind, this is after a handful of drinks and me talking a little bit about a little bit. Hey, thanks for coming out, man. Like I said, have a good day. Thank you very much for spending some time with me. And that was, I didn't even get into really any heavy lore, just the shit that he was known for. There's something innately interesting about human behavior, where you have something so pathetic. Think about it this way. Imagine having prey that is just so pathetic at the time that you're ready to strike them down, that you decide just to let it go. So just imagine if you are, the apex predator, if you will. You're the panther, you're the lion, you're the tiger, whatever, and you run up on some gazelle and shit, and you injure the fuck out of this gazelle, or whatever, or wildebeest, or whatever the case may be, and it's time to go ahead and put it out of its misery, because it's time to eat. And it's whimpering at you in such a pathetic sort of way that you just can't. That something clicks in your mind that's like, I'm gonna let you go because you're not, it's almost like you feel wrong for doing it. It's like that, I think, for some people. I think for some detractors even. You know what I'm saying? Where you're working Phil over so much that even on a live stream, if you will, you're working him over so much. You're laughing at his shortcomings so much, and you got the chat just laughing it up with you, and it's hilarious and everything. And after a little bit of time, you're kind of looking at the chat and being like, well, damn, does he really kind of deserve this? I think I wouldn't be surprised if a detractor at any given time has second guessed. Does he really deserve this? You know what I'm saying? And that's like some real, I wouldn't say it's real in perspective. I think every detractor feels differently, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if your favorite detractor at one time or another was like, shit, I don't know if, have I taken this a little too far? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's like I guess that's an interesting discussion to have, I suppose. But it's like that. It's just same thing with Viscount, same thing with Jaha, same thing with a lot of dudes that DSP's beef with. Like, those dudes could have fucking taxed his ass, and they did it either because someone intervened because they thought he was pathetic, or because they themselves thought he was pathetic and he wasn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine you being so pathetic that you can talk all this shit and you can inspire all of this animosity against you, and then at the last minute you just curl up into the fetal position and no one even feels the need to fucking kick you. It's not worth it. Big ups Loco Slam. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been, man? Happy holidays. I hope things went well for you. Things went well for all of you. Just imagine that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine that. That must I don't know. I haven't felt that yet. But but it has to work on you in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so there we go. So Ann Lee has thought that several times. And see, the thing is like yourself, Piece of Peace. I would definitely I would say Agent Proper. Who else? Who else is reasonable? LSB. Those detractors who are reasonable. I feel like at one time or another you may have thought that. I wouldn't be surprised by that, even in slangs. To be honest with you. Even what's that one fellow's name? He's he makes very, very insightful DSP content. What is that guy's name? The one who has the is it Steve of the Dead? I think he's the one who has he's the one who does the really cool chalk artwork and shit in the background or whatever, right? Even him, I wouldn't be surprised if at one time or another he was like, you know, or even Brittany Gates. I wouldn't be surprised by that either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Meerkat, I think Meerkat is legitimately in there for the laugh, so I feel like Meerkat has not a disconnect, but I feel like he wouldn't let it not that he wouldn't let it affect. Let me reword that. No, Meerkat maybe too. Now I think about it, Meerkat's fucking reasonable as shit. Meerkat's very reasonable, to be honest. Because that's, if you break the detractor community down, right? You have very reasonable people. Even the people that you think are unreasonable at times can be very reasonable. And then you got those who are just absolute fucking savages, who just don't care. Like you're out here to rip his fucking head off because, yeah, Steve of the Dead, thank you. And then you got some detractors that are out here just to rip his motherfucking head off. It's whatever. Be damned what the consequences are. You know what I'm saying? If he's gonna step himself out here into the Serengeti, right, or whatever battlefield this shit is, I'm gonna get him, and he out there and he's prey and he needs to be cut down. You know what I'm saying? And then you got some of them who are like, I'll just cut pieces off of him. You know, I don't need to completely obliterate him, because I feel like with like some of these very reasonable people, right? Like I said, your Ann Leets, your LSBs, your Steve of the Deads, your Piece of Peace. Just name a few. If these guys really wanted to cut his motherfucking head off, they could. And I feel like it would be absolutely fucking brutal. And it's not that they don't have it in them. It's just, do they want that? Do they really want that? And that right there, I think, is a rough patch. It's a rough type of situation to be in. To be honest, I think there's some not morality. I just think that he's such a really pathetic individual that I find that I could understand that people would have a problem doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody has, let's call a spade a spade. Everybody in this chat, right, or anybody who does detractor content, right, has a chance to be quote unquote a killer in Minecraft if it comes to Phil. If you wanted to make a video that ripped out DSP's very fucking soul, you could do that. I think it takes a lot of restraint not to. I think when I look back at some of the brutal shit that I've said about Phil, did I need to say it? No. Do I have any regrets of saying it? Not really. No. I felt what I felt and I said it. Now, do I think I'm anything special for that? No. I think I'd have a little bit higher of myself, if you will, if I showed a bit more restraint. At the same time, I didn't ask any of you to trust me. I didn't ask any of you to see things my way. I merely presented it to you. And I took everything that came with it. Negative, positive, or whatever the case may be, excuse me. I went ahead and I dealt with it because that's how I felt. So, if nothing else, DSP being pathetic was probably one of the greatest shields that's ever been given to him. Restraining yourself shows a level of decency, a level of compassion in some ways. I think just because DSP is a lolcow doesn't mean there has to be a race to cut him down. I don't think it's necessary. Now, if we had this conversation in 2017, I'd have been fucked on that. I'd have told you, I'd to be perfectly honest with you, I told you I'd be the first one to cut his belly open and shit. I've said that before in a video. Matter of fact, I've said that in a video before. Someone thought I was speaking of Catherine, I think, when I said that, but I actually meant him. But I've said that. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd be the first. Now, not obviously in real life, obviously, but if he says something absolutely fucking stupid, like something blatantly fucking stupid that I know that I could carve him up and rip his soul out through my video, I would have said it. I would have said that shit with no qualms or morals or anything. Sure, 2017 GTG would have eaten him alive, and he did. I've definitely had my fill. Certainly. I've definitely had my fill. But as time has gone on, and I've seen other detractors come up in later classes, if you will, or later generations, if you will, after me and whatnot. There are moments like that I'm glad I didn't. And not that it would have had any type of it would have meant anything anyway. But I think at the same time though too, I think you got to see a whole nother generation come up, and you got to see a different type of insight, a different type of perspective. And not to say that anything that you say is cemented, but I think you're giving yourself a better time to grow, and you're giving people in your audience, if they've stuck with you long enough, a chance to see that growth, because that's the very thing that DSP does not display. He doesn't display growth. He doesn't display that he has been really educated socially outside of manipulating. You know what I'm saying? Like, you saying fuck DSP is one thing. You saying fuck DSP and the fucking horse that he rides on is another. You saying fuck DSP, fuck his horse, and fuck that weak bitch that his sister-in-law and the weak motherfucker that she tried to sleep with is another thing. But I think when you say, hey, DSP is a piece of garbage, this is why he's a piece of garbage, and this is all the different situations that I'm about to take you on to further explain why he's a piece of trash, I think that carries more weight in the long term, because someone else is going to listen to that, and they may actually go and look that up, and they may be like, holy shit, that's fucking crazy. I may want to say something about that. You know what I'm saying? Or they may want to present that to another detractor or whoever else and be like, hey, this right here was a crazy ass thing I found. You should speak on this. And that's essentially how word gets around. You being incredibly vulgar or over the top or whatever the case may be is entertaining, but it's entertaining in the short term, unless you can keep it up. But then aren't you restricting your own growth by doing it? And at the end of the day, when you're making content and when you watch detractors make content, they grow. You've seen a lot of detractors move on and will move up, I should say, as it pertains to their content and what they're willing to try. It's not just a matter of just ranting just for the sake of ranting, if you will, but there's a whole lot more to it. So I'm not saying that no one should be a beast when it comes to this shit, but you can be a much more sophisticated beast when you do that. When you can take a little bit of fill and it makes him hurt like he's dying, when really he's not, that right there means a whole lot more than you ripping a chunk out of his belly, right? And you hearing him squirm and do all of this shit and act like he's going into a death rattle, and then you got all these people coming around him to try to save him. If you can cut DSP down, or if you can inflict pain on DSP in Minecraft, and to the point where his audience can look at it and be like, holy shit, that actually makes a lot of sense. Or holy shit, Phil, you actually did do that. When you can do that, that means a whole lot more than, like I said, publicly beheading him. And that's where the growth has to come into play. You know what I'm saying? That's where I think that's one of the things, it's one of those aspects, if you will, that the DSP community hasn't gone the way maybe the Wings Troll community has. Because the Wings Troll community is about maximum impact, very clearly. Before I went on holiday break, I can't think of what that kid's name was, but that went ahead and allegedly hacked into this and supposedly did this and tried to get him into the whatever the name of that new Discord was, to try to get him in there and get him cut up and all that shit. It's all short term. It was someone trying to recreate something that's already happened. You know what I'm saying? And he forced it. He forced it really, really fucking hard. And at the end of the day, nothing came out of it, because by taking Wings away from PSN, you took him away from the content that these guys thrive off of. And I think some people in that community saw it. You know what I'm saying? And in a lot of ways, look at Chris Chan. Look at the shit that chick, Fungus Girl or whatever they call her, look at what she pulled and what came out of that shit. At the end of the day, if you guys want to laugh, you still need the lolcow. You know what I'm saying? So instead of trying to cut him deep and really inflict maximum pain on him, show a bit more ingenuity in how you decide to do it. And that's where the real growth comes into play, I think. And this is coming from someone who does not show, and the qualities that I'm describing to you are not qualities that I have. These are qualities that other detractors have. They have those type of qualities. It's something that I think that some of us should inspire to have. At the same time, to be honest, I'm not me if I'm not me. I'm not here to try to emulate someone else and whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, I am me. And I'm okay if you don't like me. I'm okay if you don't like my content. It's whatever. But I said what I said. And I'll stand behind that. At the same time, I think that there are people that should certainly learn from what's being presented. It's not about just shitting on DSP 24/7. You can learn a lot through DSP content, whether how to be a better speaker, whether how to edit, whether just to generally be creative and find out a little bit more about yourself. There's a lot that can come out of it. And you have to believe in that more than anybody else. Because if you don't, whenever you're stepping to your editor, whenever you're stepping to your mic, whenever you're getting ready to step to your keyboard to make a post, if you don't have any belief in what you're saying, no one else will. Period. No one else will. Oh yeah, definitely Tevin. Tevin definitely has the most amount of reasoning in shit. If you think about it, even with that, you make an excellent point with Tevin, actually. You make an excellent point. I didn't mean to exclude him. I feel like universally that should already be known. Tevin initially made videos not to harm Phil, to get his opinion out, to get his opinion about a situation out, because he had no other avenues to reach out to Phil. Because Phil was already starting to cut himself off from what you would say his quote-unquote namesayers. But, excuse me, ironically enough, these people weren't namesayers yet. These people were those who actually, in some ways, legitimately enjoyed his content or aspects of it. And they wanted to see him do better. And that's the reason why the DSP detractor community, even though I know a lot of people don't like calling it a community, are unique in that such way, or in that set way. That the majority of the people who started doing this didn't start doing it out of hatred. DSP literally put them in a position to where they had to lash out this way, because that was the only way they could get their word out. And in a similar way, if you will, to Spoonie, except for Spoonie doesn't have the hate mob behind him like that. That's the only difference. That's really the only difference between the two, between DSP and Spoonie 1. There's a lot of correlations between the two, certainly. But just imagine if Spoonie had the hate mob that was behind him, like, you know, DSP does. You know what I'm saying? Not to say he doesn't have his namesayers, he does, most certainly. But not to the degree DSP does. Not at all. DSP is unique in that. And that's why, as I said earlier, he can't give up on that King of Hate moniker. You can't. You own that. He has no choice. That whole DSP positive shit was looked at as a scam even back then. Who would ever think differently about that now? It's insulting. Speaking of which, please remind me, because I really didn't mean to go this long, to do a timestamp, chat. Please remind me to put a timestamp in, so if people want to skip the GTG radio at the beginning, and they can skip to all this. Please, I'll find the timestamp. Just someone remind me to put a timestamp in. So yeah, DSP is unique in that. You know what I mean? He's very, very unique in that way, if you will. And for someone who presents himself or wants to be looked at as different from everybody else, as not cut from the same cloth, then this right here is something that further reinforces it. Because think about, let me look at myself for a minute. If I think about the amount of time that I've devoted to making videos, it's a lot. I've never really thought about it because I've always had a very good time about it. I've gotten upset though, or certainly mad, and that's my fault. First off and foremost, that's my fault. But if I didn't enjoy making videos, I wouldn't do it. And that's the thing. The whole concept of people are doing this for a living, people don't have any talent, they don't have any skill. You can look at almost any, well, don't look at me, but you can look at other detractors and you can see talent. You can see real talent. You can see real vision with these individuals. How can anybody deny that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how could anybody deny that? And I think what hurts DSP the most is that he doesn't exhibit any of that talent. But more importantly than that, his fan base, his audience doesn't exhibit that type of talent. Because if so, there would be a counter or an anti-DSP video that would be put out for every detractor video put out. And you've never seen that. The only part, well, no, I'm lying. I lie. I am so fucking sorry. I've lied. Sammy Samosa, maybe. There's a few others too, but Sammy Samosa is probably the one who sticks out of my head and whatnot. There's a few others, I should say. But those were kind of like one-offs, if you really think about it. Those were absolute fucking one-offs. Absolute fucking one-offs. If he had, just because a bunch of people are willing to give you money for whatever reason, doesn't really mean that they're willing to stand up. They're willing to stand up for you. Like, DSP's fan base is just as lazy as he is. They're just as lazy as he is. Very few of them are willing to stand up in front line for him anymore, whether on Twitter or otherwise. It's easier just to give him money. It's so much easier to do that. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You haven't seen another Brightside Viking, and I don't think you'll ever see another Brightside Viking. I think that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? That you'll never see another one of someone like him at all, especially someone who frontline fulfilled the way he did. You're never gonna see that. Yeah, I wonder if Sammy Samosa is still. I mean, I would hope by now he's at least a manager at a Whole Foods. I would think, but who could say? Because I gotta say, that video that he made on Fred was surprisingly insightful. And I would argue that he was right on the majority of that shit. To be honest, he made a lot of fucking points that, or I wouldn't say predictions. He said a lot of shit that ended up coming to pass. I'll say that. That was surprising. Because I remember I watched the Argent version or rendition of that. And then I saw the original. And I was like, whoa. That was surprising. King Tut, nope. King Tut was definitely, it was fun while he was there, but no, not a King Tut. Only Iced Coffee might be considered close. If you want to consider Super Hound, you could theoretically say that. Papa Lou was just hilarious. I miss Papa Lou. Papa Lou was funny. The way he made Phil uncomfortable was very, very entertaining. But yeah, Sammy Samosa was surprisingly insightful. I think people don't give him enough credit for that. He was surprisingly insightful. I think he saw a lot of. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on the side that he was, people would have probably given him maybe a little bit more credibility. Which just goes to show exactly how strong and how influential the SOK was at that time. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of ways, it couldn't do no wrong. And even when the leaks came out about them, there were still people who had said that they were fakes, or at least thought they were. So there's a lot to be. Hello, Papa Lou. there was a lot of people who still was willing to give a pass, and that can be said for anybody. To be honest with you, when you're a real fan or supporter of anybody, you'll overlook a lot of stuff. To be honest with you, you'll overlook a lot of flaws or a lot of misgivings or whatever the case may be. That's human nature. That's human nature. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. King Tut was. If King Tut didn't make DSP his bitch, I don't know who else ever could. Like, King Tut had DSP by the balls in the worst possible way. And DSP knew it. And he was okay with it. He was absolutely okay with that shit. When you're sitting there making, I don't know if it was a tweet or if it was just a comment that he had in his Twitch chat where he said, hey, I'm going to play Street Fighter 5. King Tut loves it or Tutmosis or whatever, loves it when I play Street Fighter 5. That sounds like something that a wife says to her girlfriends waiting for her husband to come home. I'm making his favorite dinner with his favorite dessert, and then after that, he gets his favorite dessert. That's kind of what that sounds like. Just saying. Not to put out the implication that DSP is a bitch for another man and his money, but excuse me, I have a cold. Oh. That might be fair. That may be fair to say. To be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of detractors who click up with other detractors, certainly. But you could say that for any community, to be honest. You could say that for any community. Which it can become problematic later when inevitably someone ends up turning on somebody else. Hulk Hogan, good point. Cough, cough. Very coffee. Very cough-like. I gotta say. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can try to do something really fast as we're continuing to talk here. Call. Let's drop that there. So that's the situation there. And I think yet again, it's kind of one of the reasons why the tractor community is as big as it is. I don't think I mean, like right now, there are more active detractors than there's probably ever been. You know what I'm saying? New and OGs alike, if you will. And even those who aren't even, you know, full blown into the bullshit, just people that are kind of just casual with it. You don't have that as many people running around. It's kind of, it's different. It's unique actually in a lot of ways, I think. It's absolutely impressive, to say the very least. Holy fuck, there's a lot of videos that I've missed. Oh my god. Holy fuck. If I decide to do another stream, boy, that's gonna be a long one. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck. I didn't realize I missed out on so much. Goddamn. That's a lot. It's certainly more than I thought it would be. Holy shit. Anyway. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna wrap up. I've held you guys for a while, to be honest with you. I've held you guys for a while. And that's okay. I think I don't think anybody holds on to the concept that just because you're a detractor, everybody's gonna like you or everybody's gonna side with you. I don't think anybody should walk in with that idea, because that's only gonna it's gonna really set you up for disappointment. To be honest, at the end of the day, that's what makes us who we are. You know what I'm saying? You can't like everybody. You know what I'm saying? You certainly cannot like everybody. And, you know, some people are kind of just comfortable with other people, I think. And, what's up, Jay? That's just the way of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's people who disagree with SOK. They have not said it publicly, but I'm certain that there were. You know what I'm saying? Swaggins, because I do want to speak on that. Swaggins by far is one of those examples of how do I word this? DSP just permanently has him on the porch. Just period. The man's got you. DSP does not respect you. He has no reason to respect you. He'll never respect you. You were never going to be Brightside Viking. You could never live up to him financially, morally, none of that. You ain't never went out there and put in no work, so to speak. You've never been influential to anybody. You've never done anything. You've never been revered. You have barely been an afterthought, let alone anything else of relevancy. And that's why DSP treats you the way he does. He lets you in the house when it's time for you to go ahead and serve and do the basic bitch shit that he doesn't need. But once he's done with you, your ass is back out there on that porch. Period. And you think the only thing that separates you from everybody else is you're on the porch and they're actually outside. And in actuality, you are no better than they are. You are no better than they are. It is what it is. And the fact that you've been around as long as you have, and you've seen so many loyal DSP supporters get cut fucking down so you could quote unquote be elevated to where you're at, and didn't think it wasn't going to happen to you, is sickening. It's absolutely disgusting that you couldn't see through that shit. So fuck you and fuck the horse that you came on and that weak bitch that you sleep with, because Jesus Christ, you should know better. You should know better. And because you don't is the reason why he plays you even to this very day. And in some ways, he holds resentment. He probably holds more resentment against Swaggins than he does for Only Iced Coffee for letting the vest streak end. Because if you guys remember, it was up to Swaggins and Only Iced Coffee to keep the vest streak going. And Only Iced Coffee, I think, purposely dropped the ball. Swaggins wasn't there to juggle it and pick it up. And what happened. What was it? 276. Never forget, 276. Holy shit. Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm saying, Jay. It's good to see all y'all. Let's see, Goji. Okay, thinking about doing a video. What advice would I give you? I guess it depends on. It really all depends on what you decide to go over. Whether you're going to go over DSP in general, are you going to go over him as a person? Are you going to go over him as a quote unquote entertainer? You're going to go over him as go over any content over him as it pertains to his YouTube or his Twitch, over YouTube streaming or content creation. Are you going to go over something that's fighting game related? Maybe how he plays or how you interpret. I can give you an idea, but by all means, here, let me answer your initial question. Choose something that you are genuinely interested in talking about as it pertains to him and run with it and just let it go. Like, so when you're ready to record it, right? Pick whatever it is that you're going to pick and just record yourself and just let it run. Just let it go. And then once you're done, once you stop the recording, go back and listen to what you said. And then and then figure out what you want to add in or what you want to take away. That's probably the best way to do it. Let it come out naturally, and then go back and pick and choose what you want to actually focus on, and then go from there. I think that's probably one of the best starts, and it doesn't have to be long. It can be 10 minutes. 10 minutes of you kind of going in and seeing what you think and how you feel about it. Think about not only what you say, but how you say it. Because it isn't always about what you say. It is very much on how you say it. So those are some of the things that I would give you. Pick a particular thing about Phil, and then record yourself for like 10 good minutes and let it run and see what happens. See what you pull out of it. That's a thing. Now, if you were asking me if I had a particular subject that I would be interested in hearing you on, I don't want this to be your end-all be-all, Goji. It's just something I would be very much interested in hearing you talk about. I would like, very much so, I would very, very much so, like to hear you go over maybe some of your matches with DSP over the years. Well, yeah, I'd say years. And you could pick a few matches if you want, and I'd like to kind of hear what your play-by-play was on it. I'd like to hear what were you thinking at the time in this match, and what were you expecting him to do, and a little bit of back and forth. I'd be very, very, very interested in hearing that. I don't want that to be your end-all be-all, because I know, though I've never actually had a real chance to speak to you, I know for sure there's way more to you than that. But that is something that I would like to very much hear from you, for sure. I'd like to definitely hear your perspective on DSP and how is he at Super Turbo and Third Strike, and what were your expectations going in, and what were your thoughts of him as you were playing him? What is it that you thought about his playing style? What was it about your playing style? And what did you feel like you needed to change, you needed to tweak, to be successful against him, if you will? What was it that you thought he would do? What adjustments did you think he was going to make to match what you were bringing to the table? Or if you even thought he was capable of doing it. Something like that, at least as it pertains to myself. But if you're just talking about DSP in general, just pick anything. Pick anything in particular that you're interested in talking about as it pertains to DSP and run with it. And either way, I think it's going to still be great. But that's my advice for you. Because recording yourself and then hearing it back gives you a natural understanding of what you're thinking and how you want it to be presented. Doing it that way, I think will make it a bit more comfortable for you moving forward, and whatever it is that you decide to talk about. That's my initial thoughts. Yes, very similar to an Evil AJ type situation. At the same time, I think in a lot of ways similar to Evil AJ, Goji's influence on Phil is very similar to Evil AJ, and yet it's still his own, if you will. what I'm saying? Like, Evil AJ has kind of given us bits and pieces of what he thought about DSP's gameplay, his playstyle, and him running like a bitch. Gojitenks can now give us something a bit more up to date and give us, I think, a whole new perspective, to be honest with you. And I think that right there leads into a whole nother spectrum, if you will. That right there has the type of longevity that could inspire someone else later on down the line, I think. Because Goji's name rings bells. You know what I'm saying? Whether he knows that or not, or he believes it or not, his name rings bells. And it's something that people will listen to. I have not seen no, I have not seen Anonymous in his diaper. He has diaper photos? Holy shit, no, I did not see that. I have not seen that, no. I really haven't. That sounds absolutely fucking frightening. Yes, I think nowhere. I think as time goes on, DSP will become more and more unhinged. Absolutely. Just like, yes, actually, I do play Street Fighter myself a little bit. I still play a little bit of 4. I play a little bit of 5. Trying to get into it. I'm trying to play more 5, to be honest with you. And because I want to get an idea of what I'm going into for 6. Because when Street Fighter 6 comes out, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play it heavy. I'm gonna play it heavy. That's kind of one of the reasons why I started doing the Gotoku streams, or well, they were videos. I don't think I actually streamed them, where I was going over some of Phil's play-by-play. So yeah. Do I think DSP will further come unhinged? Yeah, absolutely. Sooner than later. As time goes on. Just like how DSP content can wear down any detractor, troll, hater, or critic, DSP's perpetual failure is wearing him down piece by piece. The reason why he doesn't take more breaks, or he doesn't take another day off, or any of those things, to be honest with you, or even find comfort in his wife's bosom, is because it would force him to admit defeat. DSP is someone who he would X himself out before he let someone else do it. I think he would X himself out before he lets anyone else do it. I play a little bit of Tekken. You're right. Playing 5 and 6, there probably won't be too much of a difference. You're right. That's a pretty fair point. That's a pretty fair point. Fighting DSP in Street Fighter it's really just a matter of, to be honest, it's really just a matter of not getting past, just understanding how fundamental heavy he is. Like, he has no variation to him, and by proxy, it's the reason why he sticks to the basic shit that he knows, and he won't branch out to anything else, because he's too scared. He's too scared to be honest with you. He would rather stick with something that's tried and true, so to speak, instead of making adjustments on the fly. The best example I could give you is his Dazim gameplay, or his Slim gameplay, which is really John's gameplay, but John's better. John's Slim is fundamentally, as well as advanced, is just so much better than DSP. And the reason why is because John understands the character. DSP is only copying or emulating what he has seen. There's a difference. And that's what ends up really hurting DSP. He thinks that because he's seen someone do something with this character, this this time in tournament, it should beat everything, and it doesn't. And the reason why is because he doesn't understand the situation and or the circumstances that led up to it. DSP is so intellectually stunted when it comes to a lot of things, but when it comes to Street Fighter, it's almost painful to believe that he's been playing it for over 2 decades. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It really doesn't. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that someone who has devoted that much time to it is still so bad at it. And he really is. He's very, very bad. He's actually really, really bad. If you want to compare him to his peers, for those who have been around as long as him or even who have played it as long as him, Phil just doesn't measure up at all. He is so reliant on the basics that he doesn't have anything else. And because of that, approaching DSP, I'm not saying that, I could clean him up easy. It's not like that. It's not that easy. At least my approach, if I had the opportunity, of course, my approach is one of 4 things. I'll give 2 of those things up, just in case I ever do play them. 1, to apply pressure, and to keep applying pressure. Put the fucking boot to his motherfucking neck and keep the pressure on it all night and keep applying. Because he doesn't handle pressure well. He doesn't handle pressure well in life. He doesn't handle pressure well in video games. His defense is trash. It is only good enough for the first 2 or 3 hits until he thinks he can get a counter hit on me. And if he doesn't get that counter hit, or if he whiffs, that's his ass. The next thing is to turtle him out. To go ahead and trust my defense, and trust that any time that he has a break in his quote-unquote 2-hit combo, he catches that counter hit to the jaw. And the more that happens, the more frustrated he gets. The more frustrated he gets, the more jump-ins he's going to do. And if I'm playing a Shoto, for example, he's going to expect the uppercut because that's what he would do. Instead, I rely on my normals, because there are plenty of normals that will beat that stuff out. And not only am I beating it out, but I'm not giving up positioning. When you do a special, like a Shoryuken, for example, you are giving up space. And you're risking the chance of missing. Or even if you don't miss, now you're out of a position. And now you have to make a quick adjustment, and you have to but now you have to continue to maneuver DSP into a position where you still have the advantage, but making him believe that he can still get out of it. And that's the real difficult part about playing against anybody, but mainly with DSP. My motive, my idea is to make him believe that he has the advantage on me the whole time. That's my goal going into a match with DSP, is letting him believe that he already has it won in his head. And so when he eventually will break, because war of attrition, time is the ultimate monkey. Once he doesn't, he becomes even more demoralized, meaning that he has to play me again. He has to play me again because now he has to prove to himself that he was right the first time and it was a fluke, it was lag, it was whatever. So then we go at it again. We see if he can adjust. We can see if he can change. If he can't and he takes the beating, then he gets into he's in even more trouble. Now he's gone from fighting me to now he's fighting me and he's fighting himself. And that's the thing that DSP has never understood about fighting games. It's psychological warfare. It's not just physical, it's psychological. You're not only a strategist, but you have to be a tactician. If not, you're going to be in for a bad time. You need to have both to be successful. DSP doesn't have that. He believes this move should work, I should win. Instead of thinking, well, why does this move work? Why do I have advantages in this situation? Why does this person have advantages in this situation? That's the things that he lacks. And in a lot of ways, I believe that's the reason why Evil AJ, people like Gojitenks, that's the reason why these guys can beat him, because they have a better understanding than DSP does. DSP doesn't want to understand. He wants to know that he can win instead of actually taking the time to learn. You know what I'm saying? And that's what ends up getting him in the end. And even with all of that I've said, does not guarantee me a win, or it certainly doesn't guarantee it's going to be easy or whatever the case may be. But what it does is it leaves my imprint on him to know that the next time he faces me, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to continue to be. So either A, he tries to stick in there and let his quote unquote pride that everybody says he has, that he don't. It's ego. It's not pride. It's ego. So now he either lets his ego try to carry the day, or he runs. Either way, I see the bitch in him. It's just a matter of which ones he's going to let out first. Because either way, she's going to spread. Pure and simple. Either way, she's going to spread. Like panda on the bed, like butter on toast, whatever the case may be. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And that right there, and if you think about what I said, I'm focusing on the two things that you need fundamentally in any fighting game, offense and defense, to prove to him that he's not good enough, because he doesn't actually have a grasp on the basics, despite the fact that that's all he really has to rely on is the basics. Exactly, like Cat for Jim or Tyrone. So that's our situation there. Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. There is a lot of talking. That is a lot of talking. But see, and actually, you make an excellent point of that. That right there should be what you should be hearing from him every Friday night. Every Friday night, DSP should be able to sit down and break down a match to you and give you an understanding of what he was thinking, what he thinks his opponent was thinking, and what is he going through, and how he's approaching it. He can't do that. He's quick to tell you when he's getting hit and he shouldn't be getting hit, or why he should have won and he didn't, but he can't actually explain to you why he isn't winning. He can't explain to you why things aren't going the way that they're supposed to go. And that goes for two reasons. One, fundamentally speaking, he doesn't know. Honestly, I mean, shit, I'm not a pro player. I'm not even a good player. So even I can't tell you everything. What I can tell you is that he doesn't know. And two, because if he did know, he'd be able to do better. And he can't. He just can't. It's so much easier to give you an excuse and dismiss that person and move on than actually face that excuse or face that situation and move with it head on. There's a difference. And he doesn't have it in him. Yes, in a lot of ways like low tier God. But see, the thing about low tier God too is he's a bit more willing, for whatever it's worth, he's a bit more willing to learn and try to get better. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you remember him back in like Street Fighter 4 and early Street Fighter 5, it was all about frame data with that guy. Very, very heavily. So much, in fact, that I think he kind of ruined himself. Because low tier God's another one. Actually, let me do a quick breakdown of this. The thing is with low tier God, and it kind of fits into his personality in a lot of ways. He's spoiled. It's kind of funny saying that, but he's spoiled. But let me explain. When low tier God has resources, when he has meter, when he has V trigger, when he has all the things at his disposal, he squanders it. He doesn't know how to use it effectively. When he has nothing, he can scramble. And I will give low tier, and there's not too many props that I would give low tier God, but I'll give him that. When he doesn't have any resources, low tier God knows how to scramble. He really does. He knows how to scramble. I will give him that. When he does have resources, he doesn't know how to use them properly. He goes for thing, instead of going for the win, he goes for the humiliation. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's very much like that. Instead of just putting the nail in the coffin, he has to be flashy about it. He has to be impressive about it. Like, you know, it's like trying to be smug, you know what I'm saying, in every match. Smug is as good as Smug is because he's smug, you know what I'm saying? Or Punk is as good as Punk is because he's Punk. Or, you know, whoever else, just, you know, whatever player of choice. Low tier guy's not like that. He can't bring it all out on command like that. He really can't. It's just not something for him. But when he doesn't have resources, and when he's down on meter, for whatever reason, something in his head turns on and he makes shit happen. For whatever reason. It's really, really impressive at times. It is really, really impressive at times. But when he has everything he needs, no. For whatever reason, he always falters. He always falters. All right, chat. We talked a lot about a lot, and thank you guys very much for coming out. If I knew it was going to be this long, I really would have jumped over there with Proper, and we could have had all these conversations over there. This was really only supposed to be like half hour, 45 minutes, but I'm still very glad that you guys came out and were willing to listen to me for this insane long period of time. Like I said, I will. Fucking hell. When this goes up, I will. Thank you. When this goes up, timestamps will be. I'll put a timestamp for GTG Radio, and then the rest of it will be for the actual stream itself. Thank you guys very much for reminding me about the timestamps. Thank you so very much. And that'll be a thing. And let me put some videos together and whatnot. And we'll the next stream, we'll get in there. We'll try to catch up a little bit. We'll find out what's going on with what. Like I said, there's a bunch of top 10 worst moments out there. There's a few of them, I should say. You know what I'm saying? We'll get a chance to go over them. I know one of them for sure I want to go over in video form, but you know what I'm saying? And then there's some other content we can definitely go over as well. So that'll be fun. That'll be a thing. Shit. Nah, thank you guys for coming out. Like I said, thank you guys very much. Like I said, let me pick a song to play you guys out. Actually, here. Let's let the chat actually choose. Okay, so what have we played so far? Can I do a poll actually? I think I actually can. I don't need that though. Oh, it doesn't have to be that. Okay. Here, let me choose just a few songs real fast. So let me choose some songs really quickly, and I'll put that up on the poll, and then we'll go from there. Let me play you guys something though while I'm doing this. So just give me just a second. How about something fun? Let me play you guys something fun. Shit. Let's see here. Something fun. Oh, let's go with Portrait. We actually just kind of. You guys heard that maybe early on, but if you haven't, I think this right here is a great representation of DSP at its finest. So here, let me play this for you. I'm gonna work this poll up real fast, and then we'll go from there. All right, here we go.
words in vain. You know I can't live without you. I need some time to unwind.
All right, chat. M wins. So let me go ahead and drop you guys with this. And like I said, Agent Proper is restreaming, so please head over there. Big ups to all of you guys for coming out yet again. And I'll see you guys. I hope to see you guys soon, to be honest with you. Take care. Happy holidays yet again. And yep, there we go. All right, later, people.
I don't think that I can stop it. Here it comes. I do my best to try to block it. Red rum, I've been sipping on like vodka. Head's numb, I'm blacking out, you better watch it. It's bad low.
Thought I heard a voice in my head that said kill. I had no other choice that was left except fill. My pens are full of poisonous lead, the devil. He wants me to murder this beat, so I will. He told me there were doubters who question my skill. They wanna put my style to the test, am I still the best? They want the crown on my head, I said chill. If you want me to murder this beat, then I'm
a long way away from where you are in skill. Foreign wheels, my bitch went orange hill. She on the orange pill, and she about to start taking off layers like orange pills. Sasha, Barra, Cohen, Farrell. Where am I going with this? Oh yeah, I bar at will. And when you throw the iron in it, I'm all that still. The truth for real, I'm real true. Call that trill. This is my house, this place is mine. Posted on any corner, on any coast I'm on. You niggas need to leave that lean Henny and Coke alone. Tear to the business, married to the strippers, T-Pain. Student of the game, pre-Kane. You niggas Post Malone. Elite beatboxer, minus the raps. Rolling with at least 3 choppers. Ryan is that. I literally keep 3 shotters. I'm lyrically James Todd, Tariq Trotter, minus the cap.
Thought I heard a voice in my head that said kill. I had no other choice that was left except fill. My pens are full of poisonous lead, the devil. He wants me to murder this beat, so I will. He told me there were doubters who question my skill. They wanna put my style to the test, am I still the best? They want the crown on my head, I said chill. If you want me to murder this beat, then I will.
Yeah, slaughter goons under the moonlight. John Wilkes, that's who I'm in the booth like. Hey bruh, I go ham for dead presidents, and everything I record is over your head like a boom mic. Why would you irrelevant fucks wanna rebel against us? Knowing your Smith & Wesson has never been clutched, knowing you never been rushed by the most ignorant niggas in fame. The niggas that'll send you to the dentist to get a whole row of elephant tusk. Your teeth gone like you been on some meth and some dust forever. I see you, my niggas call me the enemy watcher. The minute we spot you, they send me a pop, nigga, we got you. I'm living to conquer, remember the mantra. I'm gripping the launcher like him and the doctor with no guilty conscience. I'm still shocking like dropping a boombox in bathwater, more shocking than a pissed off Blanca.
I just finished fucking a fish called Wanda. I'm finna wander off into yonder. Beyond just mentally strong, a memory monster. I remember the sponsor and thought that conquered this triple entendre. You the cross of a unicorn and a unibomber. Quit horsing around in this building or you a goner. Your Willy Wonka persona won't help you any longer. I'm optimist, I make prime examples of many Tonkas. Hog tie your squad and go bonkers. Spin grab the non's guitar and honky tonk ya. Or your boss up par like good golfers. I put a hole in one of you birdies with this eagle and launch it.
Thought I heard a voice in my head that said kill. I had no other choice that was left except fill. My pens are full of poisonous lead, the devil. He wants me to murder this beat, so I will. He told me there were doubters who question my skill. They wanna put my style to the test, am I still the best? They want the crown on my head, I said chill. If you want me to murder this beat, then I will.
This'll probably be the most silly shit that I've ever said. God bless the dead and let Biggie possess the pencil lead. They called me a sped and said that I had a messed up head, cause I said motherfuck school and instead went to special ed. Sipping Bacardi and lime, I start to recollect on the time when I started my mom and had her scared to death. Word to Method Man, she heard some Wu-Tang coming from towards the patio. She was like, what the heck was that? She went to check on the noise and go inspect the deck. Then I jumped out with a sword and yelled, protect your neck. Now bow to the Lord, hold up, no better yet kneel. Better yet get down on all fours and take a bow to always rejoice in the sound of my voice. But you don't have a choice, just a third of my will overpower yours. Using about a fourth to create the amount of force it'll take to knock out a horse like a trank on a Tylenol. And I'm a house of horrors with 1,000 floors. Got a crown of thorns, but it won't fit around the horns. But I'ma keep it a buck like a dollar store. I'm more than you bargained for, and I am far more worse than a 40-some bar Lord Jamar verse. And nothing means more than respect, so when I curse, you could say I swore to protect my image. I have zero time or regard for. I never was being claiming rap when it's not yours. If it was anyone's house, G-Rap and Rock Kim, it'd be having you mop floors. Run DMC, it'd be having you cleaning sinks. Yeah, your group was off the chain, but you were the weakest link. Rest of these youngins of mine, time to start throwing some shade. This time I'm shutting the blind, cause when I'm looking at y'all, shit, it's the wondrous why I need a visor, cause y'all are just sons of my eyes. Born a cynic and more demented than an orphanage with a morgue up in it, next door to an abortion clinic. Newborn infants tortured and tormented with their foreheads did it when they drop, cause the floor's cemented. The corpses get ornamented, the corner where the store's been rented to store them in, and the the torsos of 40 women reported missing, distorted, twisted. This isn't no storybook ending, this is only the beginning. So Lord, forgive me, I'm hearing voices I can't ignore. There are many more, they're winning.
I heard a voice in my head that said kill. I had no other choice, it was left except fill. My veins are full of poisonous lead, the devil. He wants me to murder this beat, so I will. He told me there were doubters who question my skill. They wanna put my style to the test, am I still the best? They want the crown on my head, I said chill. If you want me to murder this beat, then I will.
I don't think that I can stop it. Here it comes. I do my best to try to block it. Red rum, I've been sipping on like vodka. Heads numb, I'm black.